The stage is set. The final stage is here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the PMNC 2026 South Asia Spring. Once again on the set of the grand finals where everything is going to be decided. Who's taking that champion trophy for themselves from the space. And with you guys once again for the grand finals, it is I, Torix, with me, Annie, once again on the desk. Annie, welcome back. The playoffs were a delight. Now it's time for the final phase.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt it is time. We have reduced the number of teams playing on this South Asia PMNC from 24 down to 16. The top 16 teams participating in this tournament will now go on to the grand finals. And this is going to be really fun because now that we are in the prize pool territory, their games will matter so much more. There's going to be so much more pressure
Yep.
to perform as well as possible. But in the playoffs, I'm sure that some of the teams, since their only goal was pretty much to qualify for the grand finals, some of them were probably holding back, and now it's time to
Yeah.
bring out the best, the basically the best skills that they have, the best performances that they have, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table tonight. But yes, this is the event format explained once again. This is the road to PMGO.
This is the road to the PMGO, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it starts with Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Afghanistan, the PMNCs of the 2026 spring. Then from the phase one in-game qualifiers, they went to the online knockout, 128 round of 64, and lastly, the round of 32. From that, phase three, the Rise Stars, the country finals. And from those country finals, some of those teams from Afghanistan, all the 5 region, they qualifies into the regional league stages, which was the conversions. And last but not the least, now the crown, the grand final is on the show. Today is the very first day of the Phase 5, the crown, the grand finals. The trophy The team, whosoever is going to win it out, is going to receive not only that trophy, but also $2,500 for themselves as the prize pool for the grand final split. The number two will get a 1,500. Third place gets 1,000.
Yep,
Fourth gets
definitely.
800. Five gets 7. Six gets 6. Seven get 5. It's kind of like our point, like survival point structure. So eighth place gets 400, 9 to 10, 250,
Oh.
11 to 12 with 150, but 13 to 16 still gets something for themselves, $100. Whereas the MVP from this point onward and the guy with the most elimination gets 400 each. If you're on the both page, if you're the MVP and you're the top fragger, you're getting 800. Yes, that is. But this is the match schedule, Annie, for our grand final, day number 1.
Yeah, it's a bit different from what we've seen rather in the playoffs. This is pretty much the standard map schedule that we've seen maybe last year as well. This is we're going to be starting with Rondo first, and then we'll have three straight Erangels, and then finally we will be ending with the two Miramars. And this is gonna go on for 2 days, by the way, because as you can see with the finals, day number one, this is exactly what's going to happen. This is exactly what we're all going to expect tonight and tomorrow nights. It's going to be a Rondo once again. It's going to be jam packed with a lot of with a lot of aggression, and basically it's a salad, it's a free for all elimination spree for all these teams. They'll go so aggressively, and what they have to make sure is that they do not get picked off completely in the first 15 minutes when they still have the opportunity to recall. But after that, Erangel, no more takesy backsies, no more revive, and no more recall, rather. And so they have to play it safer. And then finally, we'll end with the two Miramars, which is basically like we all know Miramar, how Miramar is. It's a bit of a slow paced sort of thing. So we kind of wind down after all that excitement for the whole day, and then we got the two Miramars to kind of lower our blood pressures, and then prepare for the night. And yes, that's pretty much the plan tonight, Torix, and I'm really excited to see how this finals, the grand finals, are gonna play out later on.
Yeah, that is true, Annie. The way that every single team is playing this off, the way they are actually converging this right now, what they're doing, what it is up for the teams is the fact that whatever they're doing now with the three Erangels back to back, they can cement themselves into the overall standing. But aside from that, nothing else matter. Those three Erangels are going to be the most crucial matches for you guys. But you know what else is crucial? This recall phase map, which is called a Rondo, that is on our screen. The match number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of the grand finals of the 2026 PMNC South Asia. It is on your screen.
Oh, and we are starting off with only just one flight path. Why? But okay, we'll take it. We'll definitely take that one flight path. It makes things a little bit more complicated for our teams because the one flight path will make a lot of the rest of Rondo almost pretty much inaccessible to our teams. And if you see like some maps with the two perpendicular lines to perpendicular flight paths, it actually makes it more accessible all around the map. But this time around, it looks like the area towards Hemi Town, like the farther you go, the farther it is to be possible to access. And also Longhold may be a little bit too far off. I don't know if anyone wants to land there, but definitely it will take quite a ride to get to that place. And so now we're gonna be looking at how the teams are going to strategize tonight, how they will strategize the very first Rondo map. And we can see the circle is already closing in. There's a bit of the test track and the Neox factory that's still accessible, and Tinglong Garden may be sliced right into half. There's a couple more open areas in the middle, Jadena City, yeah, it's quite at the edge. There's only like a bit left that's still within the circle. I'm sure that's gonna get picked off by Sage number 2, but nonetheless, this is what our initial circle is gonna look like. And there's some teams that are already strategizing. You can see some of them are doing the 1-3 split. There's 4DM going up top in the farthest recall tower, accessible with the flight path, and then there's also T2K. There's also several other teams you can see over here. Hidden Leaf, they pretty much just spread out all over the place just so they can access most of the map, just maximize most of the map, and then go ahead and spread themselves out to get a lot of the resources, make it more efficient to go to the looting phase. But yes, it's pretty much fun. Like at first, like I was going to assume that there might be early game engagements, but it looks like people are taking this grand final seriously because I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing any knockouts. I'm not seeing any eliminations either.
Absolutely true, Annie. 2 minutes, 3 minutes have passed, and you can see some of the elimination feeds going haywire. Not a lot, but still enough for the teams to really wonder if they're gonna have any chance of taking a piece of the teams for themselves or not. SL Chari versus SDMZs, only versus Royal Dragons. It is going back and forth in different areas, different locations, different teams. Abrupt Slayers taking another hit, another shot upon the teams, getting that one elimination, but at the same time, Tari gets taken down. It is odd now with the grenade. He's going to throw it up upon the players, but unfortunately for this guy, none of the shots, none of the grenades are going to connect on the team, on the side of their opponent. Now he has to force himself to enter the compound. He has to force himself to go inside. The moment he's going to enter, he's going to be bombarded with the shot. That's well came from both sides. Lash takes down Yeti at the same time as Seku is down. Wrath is down. Abrupt Slayers. Only Sky comes around the area from the back angle and takes down not one, but two in case in the trade-off of Hituzad.
Now, this is what I want to see in our Rondo map. This is what I'm talking about. Look at all those eliminations. But no matter, just take a look at the remaining players. That number is going to shoot up once again later on. Bounce back. Yeah, look at that. It's already at 60. Look at those teams just recalling their players and getting a second chance, maybe even a third chance in life in this map. And all that's important is you keep at least one player alive. And it looks like a Cloud and Ahmad will be saving their time just a little bit with the revive instead of recalling completely. But over here, there is on our screen, there's MAKPEN over here, and there's also TGB, the Gaming Broskis. What is that guy looking at? But still, MAKPEN just a tad bit too late on reacting. But nonetheless, yes, everyone is on their toes, but they gotta keep their heads in the game. They have to get as much eliminations and one up all their enemies as much as possible. But here, DRS Gaming, I'm just gonna peek at which team this is. It's 4DM. Everyone's colors are different now, so I'm a little bit, I found like the names and the team. I got so used to colors and the team names from the playoffs, but right now it looks like Frag who will be finding peak from 4DM. It's one down on their side. MAKPEN, however, I saw that they were a little bit in trouble, but now they're recalling their players. So I'm glad to see most of our players as of the moment. They are bouncing back as fast as possible. MAKPEN, one last player. I'm pretty sure they can still recall right now.
Yep, that is absolutely true. MAKPEN may have a chance of recalling their team member, but the question is, will they get the chance? The bigger question is, are they going to be able to is any team going to let them revive their team members through the recall tower or not? But 3 RBs, TGB, it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. And one thing, Annie, I forgot. It's all reset at this time. It's the grand finals. I was talking about the grand finals, the grand final but I forgot the most crucial part, that now it's a clean slate. Everybody starts with the 0, and once again, the struggle to get on that number 1, to get that triple digit first of all, in the least amount of matches begins the struggle for that. Last time, HLX did an amazing job. 3 RBs did an amazing job too, but now you only have 2 days. That's 6 matches each day. That's 12 matches. That's going to determine whether you're going to take that bigger chunk of that prize pool, or you're not going to be able to take the prize pool's a bigger chunk for yourself, or whatever the case is, the glory, the slot for the PMGO as well.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. That is the goal as of this moment. People, these guys, these teams, they want to qualify for the PMGO. If anything, they also want the prize pool, but still a chance to play with big names from all over South Asia. That is the goal as of this moment. We'll be seeing teams from, I believe, Bangladesh and heck, I forgot what the lineup is, the distribution of players. But yes, we will be taking some teams from this very PMNC South Asia. But nonetheless, we will be watching the game out. Looks like MAKPEN couldn't quite recall that whole time. But over here, the Gaming Broskis is still at it with 3RB. So these are two pretty decent teams. We got Piambidada cooking up a grenade. Zayo is trying to sidestep that, took a bit of damage. Oh no, they have to take their guns out, and it's just Biambidada slightly bit faster than that. But they have to rotate out of the area. As you can see, there's another player from 3RB nearby, so they have to get away from that area if they want to keep themselves alive. They don't want to get revenge killed by their very angry player. But nonetheless, you can still recall. We're still 8 minutes into the game, and I can finally see Mappen finally recalling. So I'm really happy that we're not seeing any early squad wipeouts just yet. Everyone's just recalling, going aggressive, getting their eliminations. And you can see Wimpy took a bit of damage here, 2 versus 1. Wimpy goes right into the ground, and they will be finished off shortly after. But no matter, still 16 teams on the ground. So people are, these teams are pretty much really holding on to their survivability, and that is what I like about their execution of their strategy here in Rondo.
I mean, Rondo is Rondo. You're gonna get eliminated. You're gonna come back once again to try and take the revenge for your elimination by the team from the team that who eliminated you. But now I see MAKPEN once again, full man standing. DRS now needs to be rescued. So that single guy, that one guy from the DRS, he needs to go and rescue the team members up. But there we go, the stage number 2, the radius. The difference between the radius number 1, the stage number 1, and the stage number 2 is such an immense one. Look at this, Annie. Already, the circle was small, but now it's even smaller. And this is going to continue for 2 more stages before the recall tower is closed off. So all the teams, all the 16 teams, the more teams that are alive at the phase, the more destruction it's going to bring up for the teams. Abrupt Slayers, they try to shoot at the team. They couldn't succeed. 4 eliminations still in the name of the team. Royal Dragons versus Syndicate. It's happening. Syndicate is going to take down 1, but is going to lose 2 of their players. Now the fight is continuing. Royal Dragons are pushing. AO comes around, jump with that S12 kick, connects the shot, makes sure that the player is not only knocked, but finished on top of that. Now, AO, he's stuck in this compound, in this room, in this small shack, but he goes out, he comes around, gets the player down, and instantly finishes him up again. 5 more bullets, only 5 bullets in this shotgun, and that's all he's gonna have. At the moment he's gonna go on the switch of a gun, it's all gonna be over. But before even that, Anar, GRG, in fact, to take down AO. It's a finisher, and right with this, Royal Dragon is still trying to cement their phases and themselves in the circle with those elimination numbers and the survivability.
I'm not gonna lie, if I was in Ayo's shoes, if I was holding that phone, I'd be screaming. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's someone out there. And wow, the concentration, the focus of these players are just astounding. I really like how the players are executing this Rondo map. Look at that, still 16 teams. They're very, very careful on their survivability. They don't want to end their Rondo run that quickly, and they're maximizing the recall towers as much as possible. There's so many eliminations as of this moment. We can see TGB, they have the most eliminations right now. They do have 6 eliminations. I mean, it's a tad bit lower than I expected. I really hope that they would be like 10 eliminations already by like the minute 10. I don't know why. I just want a really good aggressive team. But nonetheless, yes, there are so many teams with like almost like 5 or 4 eliminations already, and for sure there will be counting. But right now, as I can see in this map, the closest recall tower should be in like tooling, so it's already swallowed up by the blue zone, unless I missed another recall tower. There should be one in test track, I think, but nonetheless, yes, it will be harder to get the recalls in already, in a couple of minutes left before the 15-minute mark. So people will have, the teams will have to be a little bit more safe, and they have to play a little bit more safe than they did 10 minutes ago. So everyone should just like start thinking about taking their positions inside of the circle, and then like preparing for the mid game, also in the late game. But here it's still a mess in this warehouse taking place. There's grenades cooking, there's only Esports nearby, there's TGB, there's HLX lurking about, and there's Royal Dragons in this vicinity as well. So it's a bit of a mess. Handsome is trying to keep quiet, hiding in this corner, and it works out. They get 2 eliminations from that strategy.
The strategy can definitely work out, and it might not. It all depends upon the luck factor, in my opinion. That whatever these teams are doing right now, it kind of depends a little bit on the luck, because so many teams are live. The moment you're gonna actually like have a angle at one of the team, you never know. There might be 2 other teams that have a clear angle on you, so you're never in the safe whatsoever. But yes, still 2 more minutes before the recall system is closed off for all of the team. 4 Death Machines and Royal Dragons that are down to the last players. Team 3 Real Pros, they're fighting with the DRS, as DRS Freedom is right now knocked out. Cyclone easily is going to be able to revive the player up, but Zordy is going to be finished. 3 Real Pros. The way they initiated the day number 1 of the playoffs, they have been struggling ever since that. Ever since the day number 2 started, actually. And even now, right now, I'm not saying they have like a bad amount of points so far, but the way the bar that they have set throughout the day number 1, they're not reaching that even remotely close at this point in time. DRS, yes, they're shooting once again to the 3 Real Bros. The 3 Real Bros are down to the last 2. The third one is knocked out. He needs to be rescued at all time, at any point in time. But Frag with the S12K, he's the guy. He's the crucial guy that's holding the fort down to the DRS right now. Once again, he goes over. Look at that. He connects that shotgun upon the players.
Nice.
It's a 1 versus 2. I think that was a 1 versus at least 3. Or that was a 1v4 from the side of Frag. But Freedom is going to be eliminated. Stage number 4 has finally been commenced, and nobody is going to be able to recall and use that recall system for any of your team member, any of their team member at this point in time. DRS is right now knocked out. They need to be rescued. 6 elimination is a huge W. TGB also has 6 elimination. Now, from this point onward, we didn't see that many fights in the Rondo match, in the first Rondo match today, Annie, like we usually do throughout the whole seasons. Like Rondo is usually, because I still see some of the teams with 0 eliminations whatsoever, not even a single elimination to their name. And there's a lot of teams that have been eliminated, like 3 Real Bros, the Royal Dragons, 2 teams being eliminated in just 15 minutes. This is not Rondo at all. This is going way too aggressive. If I have to compare it to the actual Rondo that we usually are used to the intensity of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess some of the teams are trying to play it safe as possible, and I have a feeling that maybe the elimination points in the match summary will probably not reach 100. I just have a feeling it's just that I was expecting more. There's a lot of eliminations. I'm not doubting that, but I expected more for Rondo, because this is basically the map where you could get as much points as possible. It's like what's to say, if you compared it to the previous years of PUBG, this is like the cheat map where you can farm so many points from from this map. So I mean, not maximizing that is kind of like, hurting in the heart. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you take advantage of this Rondo map for as much as possible? But yes, nonetheless, we are already seeing three teams out of this map, and this very first map, in fact, of our grand finals. Guys, this is the grand finals. The pressure is on, and you have to perform as well as possible as you can. Get your head in the game. You gotta have your chemistry and your communication with your teammates. You gotta bring your A game. You gotta rest up. You gotta practice as much as possible, and also basically maximize your skills in the games for these next few maps, and pretty much the next 12 maps in the grand finals. But yes, nonetheless, we have here. Okay, we got Panda. Throw that grenade. Connects to Yeti. Easy mode. And MAKPEN will be the next team to get eliminated off. In fact, we have 12 teams left. It's still a lot of teams to work around with. And it's a good thing that the teams, most of the teams, if not all of the teams, almost all of the teams actually survived all the way to the 15 more the 15-minute mark. I believe it was just a 3RB that got eliminated before the 15-minute mark, and pretty much most of the recall towers were inaccessible anyways. But here in this open field might be a little bit of trouble in the XFX UF, so they gotta have to find some sort of hiding place. They can use the trenches, but it's not gonna be guaranteed that it's going to help them forever. But it looks like their cars are pretty much busted as of this moment. They're smoking up. I think they can still use this like as a consolation, but considering the fact that this place is outside of the circle, they'll have to move forward. They'll have to worry about getting potentially gate kept by the teams that are already inside the circle. So with that, they have half a minute left to go before this stage 5 circle closes in.
I mean, with this 1 minute, 2 minutes of the circle closing in phase, there's definitely going to be a lot of fights, and that I can say for sure. As the teams are trying to cement themselves in a safer side position, there's a lot of teams. It's not possible for all of these 12 teams, like 42 of the players, to cement or be in this radius of a circle. It's just too much out in the open. Comparison to that, there goes the grenade. Ruled OG. Let's see if he's going to be able to connect it up. And nope. He's not going to be able to connect that grenade whatsoever upon the players. Slowly, steadily, he's going to move forward once again, but trying to kill with the smoke in hand. They're looking at a different angle. They're looking at different teams. The sprays goes around. That's a lot of damage, but he's still not able to get the player down. Come on. One more bullet. It just needed one more bullet, and you would have had that elimination, or you would have had that knockdown. But DRS versus OG, it's also happening. Whereas this survived from the T2K. They got in hand of the DRS. ASL versus SDMZ is also happening into the elimination feed. 6 eliminations for T2K so far. Close to the vicinity, close to the proximity. Look at that. As soon as they're going to move inside of that circle, there's OG, there's HLX, there's DRS. There's also a lot of other teams waiting into the proximity. The spray goes around. The Slayer does a lot of damage upon the DRS's flare. Example, one more bullet, and he would have been on his knees. But finally, he's going to get in the car, trying to move. But there we go. Rules OG. The spray is going to connect. And Rules OG is going to take down Example. Example is outside of the circle, blue zone, and he's going to receive a lot of damage. There we go. He received that spray. He got eliminated. And that's a finisher for the DRS side. They're down to 3-man standing.
Well, I'm kind of surprised with like the 3 minutes stretch. There was only one team that got finished off, and I spoke too soon. Looks like Fearless actually eliminated Team OG just now. But here, Fearless with the grenade cooking. It's gonna be going on to DRS Freedom right on their face. But okay, they didn't quite take any damage. That's some real nice armor, perhaps, or like my sight from this is just skewed. But yes, finally Fearless connects the grenade to DRS frag. DRS frag will be going on to the ground. Freedom still nearby, way too low in health. Cyclone's trying to crawl the way out of there, and so DRS is just trying to avoid getting picked off, and this is such a pinch for them. Fearless is going right into their faces. What was that from T2K Slayer throwing in their boogie all the way there, trying to secure that elimination point? But yes, TRS will get eliminated off. We're looking at 9 teams as of this moment. We're still seeing T2K so far best performing team in this very first map. They have 10 eliminations already, and they're probably gonna they have a really good chance as well to get that chicken dinner, because considering the fact that they still have 4 players left. XFXUF following up with 7 eliminations, but TGB is only right behind them with 6 points, alongside only Esports 6 points. Abrupt Slayers is also over there, up there with 5 points. Syndicate following up with 5 points as well. NEPX, by the way, NEPX yesterday they did such a great job. They went double digits on the eliminations in like what 3-4 maps. So I have high hopes for them, but unfortunately they only have 4 eliminations. Maybe they're just trying to conserve their energy as of this moment, but I'm really hoping that NEPX is going to pull through this map around. HLX is also at 3, hoping they pull around as well. They come around as well, and SDMZ silently getting 2 eliminations. I don't know where they are at right now. I think they are outside of the circle, so they have to close in really soon, but nonetheless everyone's just settling into this stage 6 circle. There's some teams that are still outside, including XFXUF, and I'm going to assume that's SDMZ outside of the circle as well. And NEPX, they're just trying to crawl into the ground. They're quite out in the open. They do have some boulders and some cars, but for how long can Precious stay alive in this situation? This guy has a limited healing items. If this guy takes more damage than that, then they're gonna run out of resources. So they have to play their cards safely, and their cards is they will be bombarding that area with grenades, hoping to get some eliminations in.
They sure are trying to get some decent number of eliminations in at this point in time. But SDMZ is down to the very last guy. It's all up to him. It's all up to this single particular guy. Everything that is for the team SDMZs is right now on this guy's shoulder. If he wants to get some more decent number of elimination, he has to do something. If he wants to survive, he has to hide somewhere where nobody can see him, nobody can spot him, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to hide down right now. NEPX is going to get eliminated. In the meanwhile, from 8 to 7, still is going to be just 1 placement point. But look at Team NEPX eliminations. It just got up onto the elimination feed. That's how fast the elimination feed is going up, ladies and gentlemen, as we don't have time to even spot the players up. They're showing up late on that elimination feed, but oh my god, it's definitely going to be an insane job right now from this point onward, as stage number 7 is going to commence in 20 seconds. We are seeing Wenamzad from HLX gonna leave Esports. They're shooting at Scout 25. They did a decent amount of damage, but still, they have just given out their own location, provided their own location to the enemies, to their opponents. But as now, if they're not careful, they will be in the mix for all the surrounding teams that will be shooting at them. T2K, they're on the top of the mountain. They're slowly approaching this situation, this area, closing down on the side. And as you can see, in all of its glory, in all of its situation, right here, how many teams, all the numbers are super compact. The sprays comes around, the grenades are going around. Slayer, Wenamzad, both the players are right now on their knees, but Fearless comes in first to rescue the player up. He is here to get that player back on his feet, and he is definitely going to do that. Whereas HLX, I don't think so. They're going to be able to get that revival on the Wenamzad. Liquid in the meanwhile, by the hand of SDMZ's Naeem, is going to be taken.
Ooh, we got 25 minutes into the game. I think we have maybe like 5 minutes max left in this map, and we're looking at 7, now 6 teams, now that Naeem from SDMZ has been spotted and finished off. Here, HLX did such a great job in the playoffs. They were consistently up top. I mean, they overtook 3 Real Bros towards day number 3, and they did a really good job of staying up there. But right now, as of this moment, Ajaya will be falling to the hands of Train to Kill, and Train to Kill has the momentum with the 11 eliminations. But there are several teams actually with 11 eliminations already. Okay, never mind. T2K basically one-upped everyone with 13 eliminations. CGB and XFXUF, however, each 11 eliminations. Only Esports, 8 eliminations. But look at this. Last player from only Esports hanging by a thread. They managed to heal up, but how long can they stay alive? Here, T2K, Ignis, and Rules OG. Where are these guys? These guys need help. These guys need to get revived if T2K wants to keep their advantage of having a four-man squad. And look at this, only and a TGB each have solo players as of this moment. Syndicate, they have a duo. And we have XFXUF with a trio. T2K has the biggest advantage right now, not only for momentum, but also for numbers advantage. They have to keep this advantage to themselves. They have to strategize using what advantage they have over the rest of the four teams that are still in this map, in this grounds, in this Rondo. And so now the question is, how will these five teams play about these last few minutes into the game? We're at stage 8. That stage 8 circle will close it really, really soon. And if they don't end this soon, this will turn into stage 9 circle and basically engulf the whole map in the blue zone. So right now they're all playing it safe. You can see Slayer just hiding behind this boulder as much as possible, and no one's moving. And I actually never mind. We have TGB took a bit of damage over there, but they're defending themselves so well. They're all itching to try to get this chicken dinner, and every single point matters this grand finals because it's going to be like the difference between getting less than $100 from that prize pool. But over here, Scott finally connecting those bullets up against Himson, and that just leaves Biambadada, and they follow up with TGP getting eliminated off. Aladdin, however, falls to the ground. XFX UF, they are down to 2 active players, and Oli gets eliminated as well.
That is another elimination. We're down to the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. 14 elimination for the side of Team WETLQ at this point in time. 13 for the T2K. The fight is a 1 versus 3 versus a 4 situation. The grenade goes over. Slayer gets Scout 25 down and out. Now, from this point onward, the situation is even more at stake as it's a 2 versus 2 versus a 4 almost scenario for the teams. T2K, they're throwing the utilities at all cost at this point in time. Syndicate, they have to be very careful on how they want to take the fight, how they want to take that engagement. And MG9, the smoke grenade launcher, the gun, they're utilizing that to the complete. Instead of mortar, the teams actually prefer this smoke grenade launcher gun. So I really, really think that this thing can definitely be the next meta, which already it is. But Syndicate is coming in close to the elimination side as the players from the VETLQ closes up, gets those eliminations. T2K also made sure Intensity was eliminated. Now 15 elimination, 16 elimination, and now with this, it is a winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. We have our first match, first winner chicken dinner of the day. As you can see, it was amazing till the very end. Everybody was going super high, super aggressive on all those elimination side, all those fights, and all those engagements that could have possibly harmed their own team members.
Yeah, absolutely. What an amazing first game. I mean, I was holding back. I was like, I wish there were more eliminations, but still, the fact that T2K and XFXUF got like, as far as I know, the last that I saw, the last that I blinked into the leaderboards, I saw 14 eliminations each, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna end up with more. And yes, congratulations to T2K for using their advantage, their numbers advantage to get that winner chicken dinner, besting XFXUF and Syndicate towards those last few minutes into the game. And now I really want to see what the team stats look like, because I'm pretty sure there should be like a decent amount of eliminations plus the 10 placement points from that chicken dinner. And there we have a trade to kill with the 17 total eliminations, and that makes 27 total points, and the total damage is 3,279. That is trade to kill, our very first chicken dinner eaters for this grand finals. And this is the match summary. Unfortunately, we will only have 94 total eliminations.
Yep, 94 total elimination. The only time we have seen 100 plus elimination was, I think, at the day number 2 of the Rondo. But yeah, aside from that, it's a 10,000 plus total healing with 1 vehicle elimination that we actually saw happening against the DRS. 4 airdrops were looted. Zod is the longest elimination distance player with 14 headshots, 336 throwables. Now that's a big boy number.
Ooh.
That's a huge number, no matter how you look at it. 300 plus utilities being spammed in a match is a very amazing one. But T2K with the winner chicken dinner, 17 elimination, they're going to have that 27 points. Then we come up with the XFX XAUF, 15 elimination, 21 total points. 14 for the TGB with 11 eliminations, Syndicate with 12 for the only Esports as well. And HLX slowly and steadily comes down from double digits to 1 single digit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to look for the teams that played so well in the playoffs. I think the teams that are like in midway in the playoffs, leaderboards, they were holding back or something because all of a sudden there's these new names dominating the match. Okay, we got the second page over here. We got NEPX, we got 3RB, 5 total points. These are top teams on the playoffs. I'm really hoping that they bounce back after this. SDMZ, of course, very proud of them with the 4 points alongside Royal Dragons and OG with 3, 4DM with 1. Unfortunately, CSV and MAKPEN each have 0 total points on this Rondo map. So I'm really hoping that this is going to be a one-time thing and we're going to be seeing them play completely differently on Erangel and the Miramars. This is our MVP of the match. However, XFX UF's Scout 25 with the 7 eliminations and 1,366 damage, 3 assists, 14 throws used, survival time of 28 minutes and 41 seconds, and 519 heals. Basically, this guy lived like 5 times. This guy is like halfway into being a cat with having 5 lives. But yes, congratulations to our MVP Scout 25. And well, that is it for our very, very first map in this grand finals. Definitely, it was quite a surprise as to how the teams are performing tonight. Like I was hoping, like I had high hopes for some teams, and I had like I was like watching the other teams. I'm like, they're okay, but I didn't think that they'd suddenly dominate in the grand finals. So you know what, there were lots of surprises, but then again, it's still the first map, so we have to like manage our expectations and basically just keep supporting our favorite team. So guys, if you're in the stream, do make noise in the comment section and cheer for your team, cheer for your country, and basically just socialize with all the people there. But yes, before we go to match number 2, we will take a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll see you soon in a few minutes. Yes, we are back. This is PMNC South Asia Spring 2026 Grand Finals once again. A while ago, just a while ago, we saw our very first map. That is going to be our Rondo map. And of course, Train to Kill snagged that beautiful very first winner chicken dinner of our Grand Finals. And so next up is going to be match number 2. It's just going to be our Erangel, our very first Erangel for this grand finals. And once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Torix is with me. What's up, Torix?
Thank you so much, Annie, once again for the wonderful welcome. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this was just the first match, the one match of Rondo. We still have 3 more angles back to back. Then we're going to end our day on a Miramar match. So the team have to be ready for all the action. And while the teams are getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready too. Into the comment section, spam down your favorite team right now on which one you are supporting in this grand finals, because remember this, the top 3, Annie, they are going to go for the PMCO regionals, the stage for the regionals. They will be giving out that slot, the top 3. But ladies and gentlemen, match number 2, the first Erangel of the day, is on our screen. The play line is a very chaotic one, I have to say, because it's going from Stalber all the way straight up down south to the Senwoska military base island.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of places that are like player favorites for drop off points that are inaccessible right now. I know there's some teams that really like the Georgia Pool, they really like Hospital, they really like Primorsk, but those places are inaccessible as of this moment. So you know where they're gonna go? They're gonna have to settle for places like Salber and Prison, Milta, maybe Pachiki, still accessible. School, Rojok, yes, Naya Poliana, yes, also very, very popular. But yes, nonetheless, everyone is spreading out quite a bit all around the map. We can see HLX, and they are having a lot of map control over Stalber, but from my observation, not a lot of teams like Stalber, because if you'd compare going to Stalber like in real life, it's quite an uphill place. It's just way too hard in terms of terrain. But here is our very, very sad first circle. There's like 10-15% of water inside there, and there's also the river running through it. And a lot of the players, especially the players that dropped off towards the south of this map, they will have to move on really, really fast, because that circle is going up north. It's gonna close in, and maybe I'm seeing Rojak is still in there. Yasnaya a little bit too much to the right. There's Boatyard, there's Ruins, there's the shooting range, and of course Saverni. And so with that, those teams that managed to land inside that stage 1 circle, they don't have to worry too much about rotating later on. But those that didn't manage to land in the circle, they have like what, 5-6 minutes before the stage rather the blue zone will be too much damage to stay in. So nonetheless, everyone should just chill. They're gonna go get their resources. They go loot the place up, and then eventually, let's just see later on if we're going to see any early game engagements between the teams.
Early stage engagement, I am not seeing any of that. OG, yeah, they did receive some damage, but still, not a single elimination has been made. 3 minutes have passed. 64 out of 64 players are in the lobby. So far, on our screen is the team OG, Adi, DTD. For some reason, I think it's Aditi. Aditi, DTD. Okay, no. Adi, DTD is the real name. But yeah, it happened. It happened. When you're saying the name really, really fast, sometimes you fumble, sometimes you call it out wrong. So I'm really sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen, if I said any of the name wrong at any point in time. But yes, Ajaya is from the team Hidden Leaf Esports, right? And look at the rest of the team. Not a single one of the player from the team Hidden Leaf Esports is close to Ajaya for some reason. I don't know where they are. I want to know where they are, because all 3 of them are in the car. This is the only guy that is not in the car. But the moment I say, okay, everybody's in the car, he finally gets in one. They're going. The other one, Venom Zod, gets out of the vehicle at that point in time. So one stays for the scout, the rest of the three players move forward. That's exactly what's happening right now at this time from the side of Finalist Esports. But I want to see the fight. Come on, I want to see the engagements. I want to see those sprays, those casualties happening in real time, because this is what Erangel is. This is what the basic default map is. Being this low that not a single person, not a single team taking that fight is very unsettling for me.
Yeah, definitely. It's way too quiet. Maybe it's because they all dropped off and mind their own business in the first few minutes of the game, and then now they're all just chilling. But over here, we can see DRS, and I'm gonna assume a lot of the teams are actually starting off with their rotations towards the circle already. And I'm seeing DRS, they are in Milta, so it's a long way to go at least maybe Pochinki so they can settle in inside of the circle and try not to get eaten up by the blue zone. But over here in Georgia Pool, they're a little bit too much towards the west. And XFX UF, it looks like they're all alone in this place. They're looting the place up. There's a lot of loot here in Georgia Pool. Whether or not it's like quality loot, well, quality loot, it's gonna be, it depends on the team, but still they managed to loot the place up. It looks like Panda doesn't have any grenades yet, and the guns are okay, I guess. The armor could be better. The healing items definitely could be better as well. So they're just looting the place up. I'm pretty sure they just arrived here because this place shouldn't be accessible with just the parachute from the airplane from the flight path. So they probably just got here, but they're all like looting the place up. Nonetheless, I think everyone's just minding their own business. It's still like less than 6 minutes into the game, so we're not putting a lot of pressure on the teams. But I kind of want to see some engagements already. I kind of want to see the teams go at it. Basically put each other into the ground, get their shots in, etc. But yeah, we'll have to be a little bit more patient. We got 2 minutes left to go before the stage 2 circle, so we'll just have to wait.
We do definitely have to wait at this point in time now, with 64 and 16 teams still in the match. Come on. The player was close. The fight could have had been made. But nope, nope, nope. Yeti was like, nope, I'm not shooting with the red dot. Let the player go away or just move out of the equation. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're just going to move out. And MAKPEN Yeti slowly approaching from one direction to the other. But MAKPEN, the rest of the team, like, they're at the school, the apartment, and the main school building. Finally, they're regrouping at the player, but Yeti, you need to reload your gun, man. You need to reload your gun. This is not the way to go. The moment you're gonna go face to face with a team, it's gonna be disastrous for you if you're not reloaded and you're not locked and loaded on the gun.
Absolutely, you have to act as fast as possible. But over here, yes, example all alone still on Sky. It's at the bridge, getting spotted as of this moment. But question is, will DRS pull through with this engagement, because they're kind of all alone. The rest of their team, I don't know where they are. Why are they so far off from each other? But nonetheless, yes, we'll have to be a little bit more patient. We have to give our teams enough time to go around the map and do their rotations. And that's exactly what's happening. They're all kind of just chilling, they're all kind of just taking their time, getting into their cars, and watching out for any sort of engagement. Over here, come on, Abrupt Slayers. 40M is right over there. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Don't take the time. Don't take the fight then. Everyone's playing it so safe. They don't want to get picked off. You know how this is going to end up? We're going to be at minute 25 of the game, and there's still 16 teams. I really hope that doesn't happen, because come on. Dude, they're right over there. Okay, fine. We're gonna say trigger discipline, and they're way better than me because they're pros, and I'm just a really impatient player that like can barely rank on PUBG. So yeah, that's pretty much what's happening as of this moment on Sky, is just trying to collect information. They see the movement from afar. They see the movement. They're not making any moves whatsoever. And the question is, I kind of want to know if 4DM actually clocked them as well. They probably saw at least Chari from Abrupt Slayers. I mean, that guy is just out in the open, and now with the cars, they're definitely spotted. But here, example finally finds Zordy from 3RP. That's just going to be a knockdown, however. But we're not seeing our first blood in this map yet. Not even like 9 minutes into the game. There's another knockdown, however, but that's on the side of BRS, so it's basically a trade-off for the two teams. All right, someone just got knocked out of the car. I think Freedom almost got someone out of the car with their shots. Someone from another team closes in, but they go past Freedom, and Freedom has to get out of there. This is not a safe spot to be. They could be taken from the back, from the front, from everywhere else, and it's just so unsafe to stay out in the middle of the open. And as of this moment, I'm looking at what the roster looks like. Frag doesn't need to get revived, and everyone else, like except Cyclone, is in their car. Cyclone, I like their positioning inside of this house and makes things a little bit easier to go on the defense. But yes, XFX, UF, and TGB also have their own engagement. All right, Cyclone with a really nice sprays up against a 3RB, and 3RB think they're in a little bit of a pinch as of this moment. They already lost one player, and Cyclone's trying to find a second elimination. I'm pretty sure that player is not from 3RB. Oh wait, rather they are from 3RB, and 3RB has to back away. They are at a disadvantage. They are getting shot at, and they already lost one player. So this is it. This is the start of the bloodbath in Erangel.
This is the start of the bloodbath, ladies and gentlemen. The first fight initiated at almost a 10-minute phase, and two players of the TGB got eliminated at that time. CS Vajra is also going to lose one of the players, but there's still some of the teams, like three of them, OG, TGB, and XFX UF, that are still outside of the blue zone, taking that blue zone damage for themselves. But still, not a full-fledged team elimination has happened yet. CS Vajra now on our screen. They're moving from one direction to the other. 4 death machines. They're close to the proximity. The fight can happen at some point. But the question is, at what point will the fight actually begin? Or CS Vajra has just been able to like get out of this place unscathed by not losing any more of their players than they should have had. But Vajra, just UT, his car kind of flipped over. Now he's kind of in a panic, but unfortunately the car kind of stumbled back into the place. Now going underground, the circle shift has once again been made. Severny is going to be that region. CS Vajra, they just entered this area, and now they have to move again on 30, 40-ish meter back inside of that circle, back inside of that safe zone area for the next path, for the next circle to not damage them at this point in time. But CS Vajra, I think they're gonna hold this fort for a tad bit longer bit of time, so that all the other teams that want to take the fight, that want to like get into any kind of engagement, they can go and they can like just go and take the fight, engage with one another or another at that point. But Vajra finally shooting at the team, not knowing there might be someone behind them and can potentially harm them. SDMZ is also doing the same. They're shooting at the players, they're trying to get them down, but CS Vajra is going to take down Bahun DTD. TMG8 has been taken down by the team RD Suba or Death Machines. In a single split second, they have been finished off.
You know that metaphor where you pull an elastic so much that all of a sudden it snaps and everyone falls into the ground. That's exactly what's happening over here. We're down to 52 players already in just a couple of minutes. That's like how many casualties? That's like what? Oh my gosh, my math is horrible. So that's like 8 plus 12 casualties already. And so what a wild couple of minutes that just happened. Finally, after like how long these teams are keeping quiet, keeping themselves with their trigger discipline, and now finally we're seeing them shine, and shine they did. Zordy trying to run by past Gnawbind, but unfortunately they'll be finished off again. This is not the 3RB. I know, come on guys, you gotta bounce back. Please, you gotta bounce back from this situation. But here, Team OG, they're still alive. NEPX is joining the fray. Abrupt Slayers, however, clocks them in. No domain does go into the ground. Claw goes right inside and straight into the fire. Gets gunned down. Precious is nearby, half health, trying to get away from the situation. And Rex is also in here. They're driving past. They're going with Precious, and they're trying to regroup with each other now that the two players from their side are down. But here, Team OG, speaking of two players, yes, two players are eliminated off. Addy needs to be revived, and Naobi is the only active player left. In fact, they're the only live player left from Team OG. And what can you do in this situation other than stay alive for as long as possible? I'm pretty sure, like, maybe sometime or the next minutes, Nobby is probably gonna go to the water and try to survive for as long as possible. But yes, we're down to 47 players after like what 5 minutes of waiting for nothing. Finally, we're down to 47 players.
We are down to 14 teams and 47 players, as Annie said. But this is the stage number 4. This is going more intense than I'd say the Rondo match it was. Because this circle, this stage, is a very chaotic one, Annie. 250 meters almost outside of the Severny that the team needs to move. It's almost kind of like a suicide. The moment they're going to step out, those 14 teams, 13 teams, all the other, they will be looking at that singular duo or even 3 cars and maybe shooting at them. It's going to be an instant blast of the car at that point in time. Only Esports, Slim Shady is also moving away. Nobin DTD, he's I'd say utilizing his throwables, but he should focus on saving them for a later stage. As a NEPX, you used like 2, 3. I saw him use at least 3 to 4 throwables at this point in time, and none of them has connected upon the player. Relocate your position to maybe a different one, or just stay here for a bit longer bit of time because you're the only guy alive for your team. Team OG is down to this last singular guy, and if there's anything happening at this point in time is the fact that you should not be moving constantly in the same direction, in one direction around the premises, that you can be spotted by someone like on a moving object and then just be shot at. So stay very still, stay very calm at one placement, and just hold for the other team to actually come and maybe move from the premises, and then you have the chance to take somebody else's down. Vajra, just UT, just got knocked out. Zoro is also outside of the blue zone. He is in now, but still outside of the safe zone area. The sprays are going around. Nobin DTD, the chances that he was supposed to get is finally here. He did the knockdown, but couldn't get the spray. He couldn't get the confirmation upon the player, and T2K just seized that opportunity and took that elimination right from the face of Team OG.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what they're doing. As of this moment, success will successfully get knocked out of this map. But over here, it's a little bit of a mess. There's Kyo in this place, surrounded by XFX UF, and this is not a good place to be. Handsome's the last person standing in their team, and that is it. Only Esports will only be seeing the lobby from now on until the next map, of course, where we see them again. But here, Nobby from Team OG crawling onto the ground, trying to get those placement points. I don't know if it's gonna work out because it's a little bit of a mess, and this is an open field, completely open field. Most of this field is like flat. You can't even like hide behind the trenches unless you go all the way to this beach. But here, Rules OG, they have the car, so they have a slight advantage. And let's see what they try to do. Oh, they get a really good angle on Nobby. Steals that elimination right from there, and OG gets eliminated off. We're seeing 12 teams left. T2K riding on that momentum from the previous game, going on to the next, but Abrupt Slayers still, they have the most eliminations amongst the teams as of this moment, and they still have 4 players standing. So it's a really good start for ASL, but now I really want to see some of these other teams bouncing back. As you can see, there's SDMZ finally joining the fray. ASL finding NEPX Precious. Let me just peek at what NEPX is up to. There should be only one person left from their side of the team, so that person is going to playing safe from now on. And I'm seeing Grenades cooking from SDMZ. SDMZ, they've probably clocked in DRS inside. Aman, however, gets spotted by TGB's Himsen, and that just makes things more complicated. There's a potential third party trying to get them down while they're focusing on DRS Gaming. DRS Gaming is staying as silent as possible. They don't want to get caught up by SDMZ, and SDMZ was cooking up their Molotov. They have DBSs as well. They're ready. They're fired up for any sort of engagement, but they can't quite find the entry point because this is also full of smoke. Basically, it's just gonna be so hard to make your entry to have some vision. And it looks like Cyclone will be going to the ground. Amon will be taking that for themselves, but Agent falls as well. Cyclone follows up. Amon gets that elimination, and it looks like Freedom will be the last to fall. DRS will get eliminated off.
Oh, they are definitely getting eliminated off. And now with 11 total teams remaining still any. This is a very, very hectic factor. Like, look at that. It's the state number 5 that's closing up. You don't have enough space for these 34 teams to, like, hold off in a single placement. Yes, 34 players. It's impossible for them to, like, stay in the circle without getting in any kind of fight. And that's exactly what's going to happen. State number 5, it's closing up. 1 minute, 30 seconds. It will be, and there we go. The fight has already commenced. IO comes around, takes down one of the players. MAKPEN, in the meanwhile, gets finished off. SDMZ is also, and T2K comes around, takes down NEPX. SDMZ's players. Rex is down, finished off. Error 1, everybody in different locations, in different planes. They're getting eliminated. Vajra, CS Vajra was finished off as well. XFX, the fight is happening in the front lines near that gas station. It's happening. We ETLQ XUF, the final guy, Scout 25. He is the only hope for the team, and he is going for that rescue right now. SDMZ's a flanky. He's here. He has the buggy, he has the car, he has the vehicle. If he wants to, he can leave the premises, just get out of here. But the way he's going, the direction he's going, there's another guy of the TGB, Himsen did not spot the player, but in fact, Flanky spotted him out, changed the seat, shot at him, and connected all the bullets precisely upon the guy, finished him off, and with this, TGB was also out.
Alright, we got a couple more teams to worry about. We got 6 teams, in fact, waiting in this Erangel map, waiting for that potential chicken dinner to land onto their laps. But yes, T2K still in the game with the 6 eliminations. XFX UF 9 eliminations as well, competing with T2K right now. ASL 7 eliminations, a great job. They also have all 4 players standing after like the 1 revive if ever it's possible. SDMZ, good start. They got 11 eliminations from the previous map, and rather 11 points from the previous map, and 7 eliminations on this map. HLX is still running, and as well as RD. These are decent teams. These are teams that have proven themselves in the playoffs. But here, Venom will be going right into the ground. Trix GRG is still nearby, alongside Delta, still active players, still trying to save the rest of their team. Trix is down to almost half health. Hardy's surrounding them. Suba will be going for that elimination with the vehicle, but it looks like Trix managed to get away, took a bit of damage. They take the car in. Hardy is trying to get him down into the ground, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And in fact, it's actually Scout 25 that will knock him down, but RD Suba steals that elimination from XFX UF. But Suba, oh, that is a revenge if I've seen anything. Scout 25 find Suba from RD. Here Delta will be closing in a T2K. I don't know if this is a good idea. This is like a 3 versus 1. What is this guy up to? This guy has nothing to lose. They just went in for the 3 versus 1, and HLX will get eliminated from that.
Oh my god, the top 5, it's a very chaotic one. And I love the fact that the state number 5, the state number 4, it was super chaotic that the moment everybody started fighting, we dropped the teams like candies. The teams were dropping like candies at that point in time. And that's exactly what's happening even right now as we are down to 14 players. The grenades are going. Another team bites the dust. SDMZ is out of the game. We're down to the top 4 from the top 5. And now it's everything that needs to be done. T2K, They have the 4-man, 7 elimination, 10 eliminations for the team XFX, but 9 eliminations for the team that has the full squad as well, and that is ASL.
Ew, 4 teams, definitely 4 more teams, and we have to be really, really patient to trying to play their cards right. All right, Fearless, get the first to move. Einar GRG will be eliminated from this scenario. All right, we got RG completely getting wiped out as well. Wraith and Suva is going to be following that up. And now we're only seeing the top 3 teams. It's T2K, XFXUF, and ASL vying for that chicken dinner. And look at the number of eliminations for these 3 teams. What a beast. What actual beast. But T2K is in trouble. Slayer and Rules are on the red. In fact, Slayer just got finished off here. Rules is dangerously close to getting picked off. Igneous and Fearless still right up. Chari just need that revive from the side of Abrupt Slayers. XFXUF has the least amount of players on their side. They have the numbers disadvantage, but Igneous, yes, they will be gunning down ASL as of this moment. Igneous going right into the ground, going prone. Rules can probably not be saved anymore. In fact, Scout 25 will be taking that elimination point for themselves, and 12 eliminations for XFX UF and ASL. What an amazing last few minutes into the game. As of this moment, honestly, just from the statistics itself, ASL has the largest chance, has the biggest chance to get this chicken dinner. And look at Fearless getting gunned down, and this is it. What just happened over here? Sudan and Chari's going right onto the ground, going prone. It's just not safe to pop up as of this moment. What just happened over there? All right, we have Igneous cooking up a grenade. James peeking just right here left, and Scott 25 gets spotted as well. Doesn't get any damage connected onto themselves, and I don't like this situation. But Igneous, okay, we got Igneous down. Jane gets those 2 eliminations for themselves. Ichi could get revived. Onski still needs to revive. Scott is dangerously low on health. I think Jane can finish this off. Not really, because Jane got picked off by Aladdin from another angle, and we're still at the 2 versus 2. 2 active players for both sides, and they're all trying to bounce back from those engagements. They're still trying to heal up, they're still trying to lick their wounds, and now it's just a waiting game. They're just looking at each other. Now ESL back to 3 players, and they're all just hiding out in these boulders with these 2 cars, 4 cars in fact. And now we wait, Torix.
Now we wait. It is the 2 versus 3, ladies and gentlemen. 14 versus 13 elimination. It's either going to be 16 elimination winner chicken dinner, or it's going to be 16 elimination winner chicken dinner nonetheless. As XFX UF, they have to eliminate 3 of the ASL. They will have 16 elimination, and ASL, if they eliminate the 2 players of the XFX, they will also have the 16 elimination. The fight is going. Hituzad, Chadi, ASL. Come on, who is going to have that 26 points of the winner chicken dinner this time around? And the match number 2 is the question now. The spray goes around. Scout 25 low on that HP, and oh my god, now the situation is looking very dire, very on the dire side, as the player has been spotted. The grenades are definitely going to go forward, but they're not going to connect. The spray, actually, on the other hand, is going to connect from the Hituzad, and Scout 25, as he gets taken down, Aladdin is the final hope for the full-fledged team. He can deny that elimination. He can make sure that the player of ASL only get 15 elimination and win over the chicken dinner by denying that elimination outside of the play zone and just getting eliminated by that circle. But Scout 25, the elimination first has been reserved, has been secured. The player has been spotted. The spray goes around, and oh my god, Aladdin, he is low. He is almost on that final strand of that HP, and the spray connects, the shot connects, and it is the winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, on our screen. 16 elimination, as we did talk about. It is the 16 elimination that has just occurred.
all roads lead to 16 eliminations. But yes, congratulations once again to Abrupt Slayers for getting that winner chicken dinner. What an amazing last few minutes. Like, no matter how you look at it, the
Mhm.
last three teams standing are very impressive, have a very impressive performance in this very first Erangel map. Like, there's at least three teams with the double digits in the total points. So I'm really glad to see this kind of energy coming in for the first two maps, in fact, for the first two maps of this grand finals. And we can see which teams are starting to shine already, especially T2K has been consistent
Yep.
so far with their performance in this grand finals. So I'm pretty sure everyone will be watching out for these guys. They will be watching out for T2K. And right now, I really want to see what the stats look like for Abrupt Slayers because they have the spotlight right now. They have the spotlight.
Mhm.
And now I want to see officially their number of eliminations, also their number of total points, and of course total damage, and the match summary, perhaps, if we're all like waiting for that as well. We're all waiting for those stats as well. But yeah, nonetheless, it was a great job coming in for these 16 teams. There's some teams that fell off, but I hope to see them bounce back later on. And there we have it, Abrupt Slayers or chicken dinner winners.
16 elimination, and Abrupt Slayer is that name, ladies and gentlemen. That's gonna have that winner chicken dinner. 2208 is the damage that these guys have secured for themselves into the match number 2. Let me tell you, Annie, this is just the first Erangel. This is just the start of the barrages of Erangel that we're gonna see. But 61 elimination with 61 knockouts, a 0 vehicle elimination, 7,905 total healing in this match. 244 throwables. Okay, that's a decent number. That's a good number, no matter how you look at it. On those side, on the summary, 17 headshots, 2 airdrops, and it is CS Vajra's Just UT with the 342 meters of the longest distance of elimination. He's the guy with the most longest elimination distance done by this person. But match number 2, it's concluded. Going on to the match 2's ranking, it is 26 points for the ASL, 16 of those elimination. Then XFXUF with the 13 total elimination numbers 2, 19 total points. T2K, 7 elimination, 8 elimination for the SDMZs. On the elimination side, these teams are doing a really amazing factors. Even RD, they just need to like cement themselves a little bit onto the survival side, and they can do wonders. HLX for elimination is also a decent numbers. Syndicate 1, 2 with the total of total points, and only with the 2 eliminations too.
Yep, and we got the second page as well. We got TGB, 3RB, DRS, and CSV, as well as Team OG, each with 1 total point from this map. And of course, unfortunately, we'll be seeing 3 teams with 0 points. That's NEPX, 4DM, and MAKPEN. They just need to bounce off just one good game. They need to bounce back and get their footing. But this is the MVP of the match. It's going to be Scout 25 from XFX UF. That is 5 eliminations, 1,379 damage, 2 assists, 12 throws used, and 27 minutes and 26 seconds of survival time. And this is 643 heals. That is 2/3 of a cat's lives. Almost 6 lives, almost 9 lives, definitely. But this is the overall rankings. Okay, we're finally having an overall rankings. We have VETLQXUF. This is XFXUF from our screens. 40 total points. They are quietly getting all of those points. They're so stealthy. They're not like they're so consistent that they stealthily climbed up all the way to number 1, and Train to Kill is just behind, just right behind them with 39 points. Number 3 is Abrupt Slayers with 32 points, and the Gaming Broskis and SDMZ tying with 15 points. And of course, they're tied for 14 points with Syndicate, Royal Dragons, and only Esports as well. And so that was it. That was 2 maps. 2 riveting maps for our grand finals. We'll have 2 more Erangels later on. We'll have the second Erangel after like a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again towards the 2026 PMNC South Asia Spring. That's the grand final day number 1. Once again, 2 matches are done. Third one, fourth one, fifth, and the sixth one more to go. Only 4 more matches remaining into the game. And today, day number 1 is going to really slow Annie for some reason because the teams at the start phases, they're not taking that fight. They're playing it slow. They're playing it safe. But with you guys, once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is us, Torix, and Annie together to bring you all the casting action of the matches of this team's action. But Annie, once again, another Erangel is about to start.
Oh, I really hope it does not end up like the first map where basically like 10 minutes into the game, nobody's doing anything. And you can see there were some teams that actually clocked other players, other teams, and they're like, yeah, you know what? I don't feel like shooting. I don't feel like shooting. I'm gonna wait for 15 minutes. No, please. And look at this. This is a round trip ticket from Salver going down to a military base in the first map and the first Erangel map, and now it's from military base going to Salver. It's a round trip ticket into Erangel. All right, we'll take it, sure. But now this is probably going to be a repeat from the previous map then if it's the same drop off points. So we'll take it. We'll take it, Torix. We'll have to just respect the game. We'll have to respect the choices of the players to stay as quiet as possible for the first few minutes, and we'll just have to be way more patient than usual.
I mean, being patient is the key to success, if I have to say. But look at the sort of play line, Eddie. This is not the play line that I had in my last angle. It started from that same Stalber angle where it's ending right now, right? And it was going all the way down to where it is starting from. This is actually the plane took the players on an Erangel trip, and now it's a return trip from Erangel once again.
It's
Not
a round
knowing that
trip.
it's a round trip. Not knowing that even the next match is another Erangel. So come on, are we going to see the same play line going down once again after this? Come on. But the circle. Okay, talking about the circle. Circle is a one decent one this time around. They use Napoleana, Pachinki. Majority of the hot drop areas are actually inside of that circle. And at the same time, we are seeing like majority of the teams in a really decent placement.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad actually. Most of the teams are already inside the circle, but I'm a little bit worried for those who landed in the military base because you can see NEPX and DRS. They're gatekeeping that bridge, gatekeeping the eastern bridge to the military base. But no matter, those who landed in the military base, they knew the risk of going there. They knew there was like what an 80% chance that they had to get out of there sooner or later. But the loot is good, so they'll be taking that chance. And true to what we saw last time, HLX once again spread out all over the map. Ajaya basically can't see their teammates on the mini map as of this moment. I think this is their strategy. You know, this is their strategy. It worked out well, but I'm really hoping to see HLX bounce back after this. They have 12 eliminations. I mean, rather 12 total points as of this moment, but they could be doing better, especially since if you look at XFX UF, they already have 40 total points. So a lot of the teams that are still lagging behind, especially those teams with just single digits, they definitely need to step up because they are getting left in the dust by some of these teams at the 40s, even the 30s. And after ASL, it's just a huge drop to 15 points for the Gaming Broskis.
That definitely is. But one thing is for sure is the early fights is once again not happening in this Erangel match. 16 players, 16 teams, 64 players joined in. Everybody was kind of far away from each other. But come on. It is just the first day. I know it's only 2 days of action, but it's just the first days. You can actually have the chance of going super aggressive, at least for the first 3 matches. I was at least expecting that to happen, but nope. The team are going super on these final matches. Whereas, if you compare this to the playoffs, it was super aggressive, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the playoffs was to qualify, and so they had like a huge margin of error that they could play around. But as of this moment, this is the grand finals. Every single map accounts. Every single map is a chance to get as much points as possible, and there could be like a difference of 1 point difference in the overall rankings. It could be the difference between getting or losing $100 in the prize pool, and even the fight for the number one spot. The gap, I mean, rather the difference between the prize for rank number one and rank number two is literally $8,000. So there's a lot of pressure into getting as much points as possible for each map. They have to maximize each map. They have to maximize their basically the performance in every single map, no matter how you look at it. Nonetheless, this is the team that we have to look out for. XUF or VETLQXUF. You have to watch out for these guys. Silently but surely, they got 40 total points. Unsuspecting whole team just quietly farming all those points. And now I want to see how they're gonna end up, and also I want to see what the rest of the teams are up to.
Oh my god, it's 5 minutes and no fights. Come on. I'm just waiting at this point for any fight, any player to go from even the remote close location of another team. So there's a slight possibility of that fight to engage. But nope, that's not going to be the case. Wait, hold up. I think I spoke too soon as MAKPEN is close to the proximity of the forward death machine. The fight may just begin. The fight may just occur at this point. But for that to happen, I think MAKPEN needs to take a really deep breath and needs to go towards that city side and those compounds of the school apartments. But MAKPEN, they're not doing this. They're in their car. They're in their locations. They're just going to chill around the potato hill, close to the proximity of the potato hill, the compound that they have secured for themselves. They're going to be in the very dead center, almost the very dead center of the circle for the first phase at the very least. But 2 minutes for the stage number 2 to occur, and 6 minutes have passed. 6 minutes have passed without any fight. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to these lobbies being this slow. Even all the other tournaments, like all the S tier, like PMGCs, have a much higher fight rate than this. That it's happening. I don't know what has happened to these teams. They're like, yeah, no, we have tried our luck with all the fights and everything. Nah, we're going for the like super slow pace. We're going for that very stale game. These usually used to happen only in the Miramars. I don't know why it's happening in Erangel. And on top of that, the Rondo too.
Torx is filing their complaint right now. Guys, please, it's 7 minutes. Look at the 64 players. What is happening right now? Where are do people need guns? How do they not see each other? Do they just happen not to like run into each other, or are they actively just avoiding fights right now? But yeah, true to what I said a while ago, we have to be very, very patient. We have to wait for the teams to decide to move. I'm kind of hoping that sooner rather than later, something will happen. Like something like like one bullet expended, like just one bullet happening. Okay, I saw a while ago there was like a team, the yellow team and the gray team. I didn't quite catch their names, but they are near each other. So I hope to see like some engagement happening. And right now I can see there are two teams within the blue zone taking a bit of damage. That's OG and XFXUF. In fact, XFXUF is steadily taking a lot of damage right now. So they're probably quite far off. I believe they're towards like the western part of the map. But yes, nonetheless, everyone's just chilling. We're kind of just waiting out for the time as of this moment. We're already stage 2, and surprisingly, we're not even seeing our first engagement. Like after all this time, after 8 minutes, almost 9 minutes into the game.
9 minutes into the game and no fight. But there we go. Now it's about to occur as the circle has taken the shift to the main island. Now, MAKPEN for Death Machines, they're close to the proximity. On the eastern side, more eastern side, you can see the three real bros, the Syndicate, HLX, close to only Esports. All of these players close to the proximity of the fight. But Vajra, CS Vajra, now going from one direction to the other, and they're getting some shots connected on them. The chances are really there for them to get knocked out as they were in the car and they were getting aggressed upon. They were getting shot on at that time. But CS Vajra still maintains it out. It gets out of the area. I don't know why. They're still running around in circles in this area where the team OG is situated at. Okay, Vajra and PNC finally shooting, getting Nob and DTD down. That's a knockdown. Now going for the heal as the rest of the two of the Vajras, they're coming in close, getting some shots, but just UT got finished off. Knocked down. Hasn't been finished. Wimpy is also down on the knees. Zodo and Yonku, the only two remaining players that has everything residing on their shoulders, taking the fight against the team OGs, Bahoon DTD. Bahoon is not going to be able to survive unless he puts some bandages on, but hold up. He put a full first aid kit on and survived. Now back to the 75%, and Wimpy being revived up. We are definitely going to see the players moving forward once again to get into that engagement and get into that fight. Yonku with the grenade. First of all, it's the smoke. 6 grenades. This guy has 6 grenades. If he's careful enough, he can still have like 4 or 3 at least grenades and still get that elimination of Bahu.
We'll have to keep watch out. Okay, finally, Bahoon will go right into the ground. CSV is just right here, turning around, trying to see if there's any other stray players nearby. But they do have the 4 eliminations already, so they're pretty secured as of this moment. They're like, yeah, we pretty much have this in the bag. We're pretty secured, and now we're gonna be rotating out of this area, out of this blue zone, because that stage 3 circle is gonna hurt quite a bit more than the stage 2 circle. But yes, nonetheless, finally we did see our first team elimination. Finally, after like what, 10 minutes. Here, MAKPEN and a 3RB. 3RB is nearby. You can see Tsar and the rest of their friends clocked in 3RB. But 3RB is not aggressive upon them yet. But here we have it, the next stage of the circle. It's gonna close in the open field near the farm and Pachinki. I mean, there's a bit of farm that's still in there, but there's less buildings than than usual. So there probably will be like some solo players that be hiding in sheds. But nonetheless, I'm pretty sure that the final circle will be like an open field battle where everyone's just laying on the ground trying to not to get picked off, and then we're gonna see a lot of the grenades flying about. But here, 3RB, I'm just waiting for them to go on the aggressive, try to take MAKPEN's engagement in. But here for the MNXFX UF, however, there's a knockdown there. Now that's something that I want to see.
God, Annie. Right now, the situation is kind of going on the fast side as Team OG is the first team to get eliminated. But aside from all of this, we still have to see a lot of engagements from the team, from the players. 59 players are remaining. For Death Machine still at the outskirts of the school apartments, taking the fight on the top of the Potato Hill, where MAKPEN is at the Potato Hill too, but they're close to the proximity of the 3 real bros. So it's a 3-way deadlock happening in the area, right? So with this, now for Death Machines, they're slowly approaching the situation. The fight is definitely happening. TMG8 is going to take him down and finish him off right there and then. That's the 3rd elimination the 3 real bros is going to have. But close to the proximity, they still have to remember that's just not one team. Even if you do manage to secure 1 or 2 elimination of one team, the other team still has their 4 man remaining that can potentially wipe you down too.
Absolutely, they have to be really, really careful right now. But 55 players, yes, it's some progress, but I'm kind of hoping that there will be more eliminations really, really soon. Here, 3 real bros, yes, and there's still a full squad, and they're still waiting on MAKPEN from a distance. But here, DRS versus SDMZ. Now, I'm kind of like waiting this out as well because the both of these teams are waiting each other out. But okay, finally, we can see Royal Dragons. They found their own elimination, but CS Vajra is going to be finding that revenge knockout. But 2 down. The side of CS Vajra, Suba is going to get knocked down as well and finished off by Yonku. But here, TRS Gaming still peeking at SDMZ. Alright, let's look at Royal Dragons and CSV real quick. We can see Anar GRG is actually down on the ground. They need the revive in with CS Vajra. They're eating up by the blue zone, and it looks like Royal Dragons will be swooping in and finishing the job. CSV is gonna get eliminated off. Royal Dragons goes away, laughs away with the 4 eliminations on their side, but it's not over just yet. TRS Gaming and SDMZ is going to be taking this fight. Agent will be going right onto the ground.
The fights are happening. SDMZ's agent, he's down, needs to be revived as soon as possible. Freedom, throwing all those smokes, all those virtual covers, so he can potentially change his location to a different one, and then move close to the proximity of the rest of the players of the SDMZs to take them down, or even finish the guy off that is right here, right now. But DRS, they're just going to push up, finish the player, just take it out of the face of the place. SDMZs, now they're kind of in a pickle as it's only 2 players remaining into the game, and these 2 players, everything is residing up on these players. Cyclone, the car is being shot up, is being shot at. The hovercraft may turn into a covercraft real soon. Example with the UAZ, still in the back line, still moving from one direction to the other. NEPX, I see them on the HLX, in fact, I see them on the top of the mountain. Whereas one of the team HLX is also down. DRS wants a piece of this, wants a piece of this fight. They're going to get out of the car. Once again, the Mushroom Tower, the Harry Potter Tower. Worst is DRS example, outskirts of the area. The fight is definitely going to happen. There goes the Molotov, and it's definitely going to make it hot on the upper surface of the Harry Potter Tower.
DRS Gaming getting those sprays on. Frag does get finished off, however. Ajaya right outside there gets away from that grenade. Molotov burning inside of that building. Alright, Ajaya embarks their car. Example takes a lot of damage, and there, that will be their knockdown. That would be their demise. Now Cyclone has to stay alive. This guy is the last hope for DRS, and Hidden Leaf is not very hitting as of this moment. They're using all their jutsus up upon Cyclone from DRS, and now there's SDMC trying to third party, but here DRS Cyclone actually finds a Venom last stand coming in from this guy, but unfortunately Delta will get that revenge kill. But nonetheless, a Flanky will be third partying this as EMZ closing in, sees Hidden Leaf, tries to third party this situation while they're still trying to bounce back from that engagement up against another team. So with that, you can see Ajaya is trying to rotate out of the area, trying to hug that blue zone, trying to get some defense from the situation. The grenade almost hit Handsome. It's a good thing Handsome actually managed to dodge that, but what just happened? SDMZ all of a sudden all get wiped out.
Oh, 12 teams, Annie. And the situation is not looking good by any of the teams. There we go. NEPX, close to the proximity. The fight is happening. The fight can occur to the point where everybody's going to be destroyed. Everything is going to be destroyed, right? But still, for that to happen, the player needs to go into the close vicinity. XFX UF, the team that is at the very top of the leaderboard, has been taken down. G2K now has the very high potential of securing that #1 placement for themselves, because the fight now, at this point, Annie, is for that #1 spot, is for that glory. If you want to go for that PMGO side, the regional qualifier, South Asia regional, then it's the top 3. Otherwise, if you want to have that bigger chunk of the prize pool and the glory of saying the bragging rights that you are the champion of spring 2026 PMNC, this is the time to be on the #1.
Yeah, definitely. And okay, we got NEPX also still in the game, as Syndicate is also right around there. Claw lining up their sights. Intensity hiding out. And you can see NEPX, they're going on to the front lines. Claw is going to be the first casualty. Pressure took a bit of damage. Goes half health, but still doesn't stop them from taking Intensity down, and 2 down on the side of Syndicate, just from NEPX going completely aggressive. But here AO is just right across. What a throw from the grenade for Precious. Syndicate gets wiped out from that. What a throw. What a team from NEPX Esports. 4 eliminations, wiping out a whole squad all by themselves. What a team.
What a team indeed. 4 eliminations for the NEPX Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Now, going forward, we're down to the top 9. 4 Death Machines, MAKPEN still at the bottom with 3 and 1 eliminations each. And there we go. MAKPEN securing another elimination for themselves, taking over the Team OG from the hashtag number 14 to 15 now. And going forward, it is the 3 real bros that also have been eliminated. We're down to the top 8 now. NEPX front lines, Abrupt Slayers in the back lines, outside. A solo guy here, in fact, Jane. I don't know where the rest of the team is. Okay, there we go in the mini-map. Now we see them. The Molotov is right next to Jane. Jane, the moment you're going to move, that Molotov is going to connect on you if you move to the right side. But Jane moves to the left. The Molotov did not connect. Now, going inside of that circle is going to be the next priority for the team. MAKPEN, T2K, the fight is happening. T2K is going to lose 1 player. That's going to be the 1 casualty that T2K might face at this point in time. Hidden Leaf Esports, Trix, he's also here. Come on, Trix, GRG. Be very careful on whatever you're going to do. ASL versus NEPX. The fight that we all were waiting for is happening. The hovercraft is making sure that the player is no longer in the cover of anything. And the sprays, the car elimination, the car M down are happening right now. And then Domain going to get out of the hovercraft now and is going to shoot at the players. ASL is down to the last guy. That is Jane. But NEPX! Precious was not able to be rescued. Precious was not rescued at the right time as the player could not reach in that location. Now, Domain, it's up to you. Make those virtual covers. Make those cover craft for yourself and just go for that rescue side. Go for that revival as for elimination, they're still not going up. But Jane closing in. Come on. Will Jane get eliminated? Will Jane take the fight as he is now in the cover craft, in the hovercraft, and he just reverse hit up, eliminates Domain with the same strategy as Domain was doing against all of the players of Abrupt Slayers.
Oh, did NEPX see that coming? I don't think so. Jane from Abrupt Slayers. What a move! Never let them know your next move. But there we have it. Because of that, we're down to 6 teams. We got T2K still in the game. We got ASL as well. Decent team as well. That's the Gaming Broskis coming up next as well. HLX, basically the dominant team from the playoffs. We got MAKPEN, all 4 players still standing, and 4DM quietly keeping themselves alive. We have 6 teams, 4 vying for that chicken dinner, and they're all just waiting. Once again, wow, we are 22 minutes into the game and we're still playing safe. All right, we'll take it. We have no choice. We'll have to be really, really patient because our teams, our favorite teams, are all being really patient now. But here are the Sharks. Here are the big teams. T2K's lurking about, scouting the plays out, trying to find an angle to try to find an elimination for themselves. And so MAKPEN's going to be throwing that grenade, throwing the first strike. Lash is going to go right to the ground. Jane, come on, you can do it. Fiambe is going to follow up, and that is a nice shot. What is Jane doing? What is Jane eating right now? What did Jane just eat? What is that performance? Solo player, by the way, from Abrupt Slayers, getting 5 eliminations for themselves. This guy has been at it since NEPX going reverse on that covercraft. And right now, they soloed like 3 players. What is happening? But yes, nonetheless, let's keep a watch out, especially here, Hidden Leaf.
Top 5, ladies and gentlemen, and Hidden Leaf with the 6th elimination. But look at the mini-map. MAKPEN close to the T2K. I want to see that fight to occur at this point in time. That fight to actually engage and start. But for that to happen, we do have to wait out a little bit more. T2K, come on. Come on. You're the 4-man standing, but still do not have enough elimination number. You only got 2. You still need 1 more to take over from the side of XFX. And I think the T2K is actually trying to go for that winner chicken dinner. That is why they're kind of playing it super safe, super slow at this point in time. Caesar is here using that P90 at this point. But connection-wise, the P90 is not going to make too much connection. M4, on the other hand, did make some connection. Not enough for the player to be knocked out. Still, enough for them to, like, put a pressure upon the team. But P90, this time, it's definitely doing some wonders. That Rule OG is down. Igneous is in the front lines. The Molotov is going to go out. Fearless, you also need to come into the close of vicinity to get that revival done upon the player. Slayer is also at the different angle, slowly approaching the situation. I want to see 4 death machines too on the back lines, on the different angles. There's only 3 teams in this single placement, but the rest of the 2 teams, they have the rest of the area of the circle for themselves at this point in time, Annie. And that is what's bothering me, because they will have an easy vantage point against all the other teams from the next moment, whenever the fight is actually going to start, when the real fight, the full-fledged fight is actually going to begin.
Yeah, they're all just waiting there. They're just waiting in this position. But okay, we got MAKPEN rather, and they have T2K in their sides. And T2K is still doing the same thing that they've been doing for the past couple of minutes. They are in their cars roaming about, making those audio cues, making their presence known, telling them basically, asserting dominance on this map. But over here, yes, Fearless, they have vantage point, really good shot, perhaps to Joker, but they just can't find the right angle to strike up against Joker. And so Joker will be safe for just a little while longer, but nonetheless, MAKPEN is still nearby. There's HLX Ajaya towards the eastern part of the circle, stage 7, by the way. So we're going to be seeing things move about really, really quickly once that stage 7 circle closes in and becomes a stage 8 circle. But for now, we have to stay very, very patient because the teams refuse to move. They refuse to do anything as of this moment. And right now, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for something to happen at this rate. So now, yep, everyone's chilling about, and let's just wait for something to happen.
Ooh, something was about to happen. That is for sure. As a Joker, that grenade was a very, very beautiful one. It could have been the chef kiss, but it wasn't at that time. The player is still alive. The player is still up and running into the game. Going on to the next fight, it was a Hidden Leaf Esports taking that crucial fight. Ajaya right now is low. He's healing himself. There we go. The 3 grenades have been given out to Trix, and Trix just gave out a first aid kit to Ajaya. Grenades going. Ladies and gentlemen, they're not connecting so far. Trix is throwing those grenades at the wrong angle. Come on, man. That 2 grenade that you have wasted at this point in time. The 3rd one will go, but it's just going to explode really, really early on. It's not going to reach the player. And once again, you guys, Team Hidden Leaf is out of the grenades, out of the throwables utilities. But Fearless is down. Will he get the confirmation? The answer is no, as MAKPEN, I think, just steals that elimination out from the face of HLX. And MAKPEN now, they have just woken up the Hidden Lion, the wounded tiger, because nobody likes their elimination being taken. Now, this is the time. Come on, show us what you got, HLX. Try and shoot at the rest of the players of T2K, Team MAKPEN, everybody in your surrounding. Get those elimination numbers up and running.
Definitely get those numbers, get those eliminations. And now, okay, this grenade's being thrown. Let's see if Jane took any damage. Doesn't seem to be the case. And there's still H and X nearby. Joker, last person standing, still as of this moment. It's not going to change anytime soon. HLX, Trix, yes, there should have a friend nearby. That's a giant. T2K still has, more or less, they have the most advantage if they could get the revive in to their side, to their favor. But yes, we will still have to wait out 28 minutes into the game. Everyone's still playing very, very safe, which is surprising, which I wish didn't happen, but unfortunately they're also playing it safe, and the elevation here that we see on our screen is definitely not happening. Okay, Jane walks right into the line of sight of Trix, and Trix did not waste any more time. ASL will get eliminated from that one mistake.
Another team out of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 4. 7 eliminations for the HLX. T2K still there for the 3 come on, T2K. I'm waiting for your eliminations. I'm waiting for the comeback that you guys have been waiting on too. I'm really waiting for that comeback too. Come on, come on. I'm waiting for that shot, for that aggressive stances that you guys were showing in the playoff phases too. Same with the HLX. I'm waiting for HLX's domination too. Come on. Three Real Bros, HLX, and T2K. Alongside of ASL, ASL has been doing great. And even right now, they're still at the very top of the leaderboard. MAKPEN Caesar comes in, takes down Igneous. Now Rondo G, he will shoot at Caesar. Caesar is going to retaliate, but no retaliation is going to save him as he's down. Confirmed right now. 4 eliminations for the T2K. And slowly approaching the situation. HLX is also going to do the same thing as Death Machine's Joker is out of the game, out of the equation. MAKPEN Rock has been finished off by the T2K, and now the fight goes to a 2 versus 2. 8 elimination versus the 4,
Yikes.
5 eliminations. Both parties takes a 1 down. Both parties takes 1 each, and making it a 1v1, an equilibrium of the 1v1. Trix is there. The shots are going around from the UMP-45, but the UMP-45 is almost out of the bullets. He's finally going to get some bullets from the M416. 51 bullets lock and loaded. Shooting at the player. 10 bullets more. He's going to change again and again and again, but nothing is going to connect as HLX comes around and takes that winner. Winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. That's 10 elimination for the team. And with that, that is a 20 total points.
HLX is back, baby. HLX is back, and they got the chicken dinner, proving that they were just maybe warming up late, like in the last 2 maps. So you know what? They were just chilling, and now finally they are so back with a decent amount of elimination points and also the chicken dinner placement points. And so, well, our expectations for the Erangel map was pretty much right. I was hoping that we'd be wrong, that it would go a little bit faster than the previous map, but unfortunately, yep, it was slow, guys. It was slow. We're not even gonna pretend to be happy about it. I kind of wish it was more aggressive, but okay, we're gonna be respecting the wishes of the players, I guess. And yes, we will be seeing that very slow map in the next 3 maps probably as well. But yes, nonetheless, the spotlight will go to HLX. Congratulations once again for getting that chicken dinner.
That is absolutely true. HLX without winner chicken dinner. Congratulations to them. But yes, Annie, with this match being done, we're officially at the halfway point of the day number 1 of the grand finals. Let's go and dive into the stats of the match number 3. Hidden Leaf, 10 elimination, 20 total points. The amount of damage that they did is 1702. 1702 damage done by these guys. A very deserving damage. A lot of decent eliminations, but going on to the summary side, 59 knocks with 61 eliminations, 1 weak elimination, 3 airdrops, 13 headshots, 186 throwables. Okay, the throwables are a tad bit too low. 352 is going to be the longest elimination distance by On Sky, but the total amount of healings used in this match, this is what I wanted to talk about, is not that much. The players were not healing a lot. Yes, they were surviving, that is for sure. And because of that survival, because of not having those early fights up until the stage number 3, 4, we will not see those healing number pop off to 8,000, 9,000, somewhere close to the 10,000 marker. But match ranking, it is HLX 20 points, and all the other parties, all the other teams, with the 4-man that they're playing, they're on the less than double digit of elimination. T2K, 6th elimination. MAKPEN, 6th elimination. 8 for the ASL. ASL did an amazing job on those elimination side. I have to give it to them. For Death Machine with the 3 alongside of TGB, but NEPX and Team RD having 4 eliminations shows that at least, even though they're on the hashtag number 8 in the match ranking, they still managed to at least eliminate out a full squad.
No doubt, no doubt. Some of these teams, they just didn't have quite the spotlight, the chance to shine, to get those elimination points in. But this is page number 2 of the match rankings. Unfortunately, I can see 2 teams with 0 total points, and I'm really hoping that they're gonna bounce back after this. But this is the MVP of the match. It's gonna be ASL's Jane. I saw this guy was soloing the plays up for like the longest time ever, and they have 5 eliminations for themselves, 991 damage, 3 assists, 10 throws used, survival time of 28 minutes and 19 seconds, and of course, we got the 379 heals. I gotta give it to Jane. Jane has the survivability. It's just unfortunate that they were trying to cross between two trees, and unfortunately, I remember it was tricks from HLX, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that managed to catch Jane off guard, and like they managed to focus their scope at just the right time, and Jade got picked off because of that. But yes, congratulations once again to Abrupt Slayers Jane for an amazing player. And this is the overall rankings. We got 51 points for Train to Kill, and they are at rank number 1 as of this moment.
They're definitely on the hashtag number 1, Train to Kill. Beautifully done by them. 51 total points, 43 for the Abrupt Slayers. But look at the first top 3. It is 30, 30, 30 on the elimination side on all of these top 3 teams. The only thing that's the main difference is the survivability from the teams. If they are surviving till the very end, they can do wonders. They can go head to toe against each other, in my opinion, for the rest of the matches too. And Elite Esports with 32-20 for the Gaming Broskis. And then we have gone down from 20 to 19 points, 19, 17, 16. But going on to the very end, Team OG, CS Vajra, 4 Death Machines, and DRS. These are the bottom 4 teams that are still on the less than 10 elimination side. So they need a lot of work. They need to start gathering the moments and the points for themselves, because it's already half day done for the day number 1.
Yeah, there should be, my math is correct. We should have 9 maps left, and of course, we'll be going to our very last Erangel map for tonight. But before that happens, of course, we will take a short break as usual. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes. are back once again to 2026 PMNC South Asia Spring. I'm saying it slowly, so maybe it's like a reverse psychology on the maps and it will not be slow anymore. But yes, we are totally back, and we will be going on to match number 4, which is basically the last Erangel map for the day number 1 of the grand finals. So, guys, we saw it a while ago. The 3 maps we just witnessed, it was way too slow. So I hope we won't see a repeat of it, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen. So let's just brace ourselves.
Those are some sweaty maps on the slow pace side. But yes, we have to see if the rest of the matches are going to be slow or they're going to pick up the pace finally, because the halfway is done. The water has been tested by the teams, right? The water are tested. The water's tested. Now it's time for the players to actually begin with their engagement and their destructive responses for all the teams. They know what the strategy is for the grand finals now, in my opinion. But at the same time, nobody was fighting. Nobody was fighting, so nobody has any insight whatsoever. So whatever that can happen, I think it's definitely going to be a slow-paced map once again. But we'll only know that once we head into the map of Erangel, the final Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, of the day number 1. After this, we only have 2 more Miramars, and those Miramars are already, if Erangel is this slow, I can only imagine how slow that Miramar is going to actually be. Or maybe it's going to be the reverse psychology. The Miramars are going to be actually faster than the Erangel maps. Only the time will tell. Only the teams are the one to decide that whatever the pace they want to pick up, they will pick it up. But match number 4, it's a really crucial map, Annie, because it's the start of the second half phase of the day number 1. It's like you have insights of the team. You know, okay, what the team was doing for the past couple of matches, and now you can slowly strategize against them into taking that action, taking those casualties maybe from them instead of giving them your players of casualties.
Yeah, definitely. We pretty much tested the waters already with our
Yep.
very first 3 maps. So right now they should probably start taking this seriously. They should start like giving it their all, their A game, their best performance later on. And so with that, we should be going on to our very last Erangel map for day number 1. And like I know we're all hoping that they'll go aggressive, but I think the teams, they are prioritizing the survivability because they don't want to get picked off too early on and miss out on all the eliminations. They don't want to get that FOMO. So they'll have to play it safe. But in Miramar, yeah, I mean, we should probably have known from the Rondo itself. It was quite slow. And so it just amplified on Erangel, and Miramar not looking good in the prospects. Not looking good for Miramar. It's probably gonna be like a
Yeah.
20-minute game where rather
Oh
like there
my
will be
God,
20
don't.
minutes in the game where nothing would happen, and then there'll be like 64 whole players by like minute 21. It's just horrible. So I hope that doesn't happen, but I feel like it will. So what do we play like this, like a reverse psychology sort of thing? So yeah, I guess it's just up to the players. And yes, speaking of the players, guys, do make a noise. Do make all the noise, in fact, in the comment section. Tell us which teams you are cheering for. But finally, we are going to Erangel, more or less the same like flight path, but like you copy and
In
pasted
worse,
that line from Stalbert, like all the way there to Jarky.
it's mirrored.
What is happening?
The
Yeah,
plane
right. It's
line
a
is mirrored.
mirror. It's a mirrored plane line, Torix.
Oh my
Oh my
God. It's like
goodness.
looking at a mirror. The reflection of that plane line has been pasted onto the other side. Now it's going from the Zarki all the way down to the Senvoska military base, ladies and gentlemen. Quadi, Primox, Peripias, the Jojo Pools, Pachinki, Rozok is still available. School is also available. And this time, where the last time where Nova was accessible, now you have a Sosnovka military base on itself available for you. But wherever the circle is going to shift up, that is going to be the big cue for the teams to like take a shift, to take a toll, change their momentum, and change their direction. Once again, I'm seeing not any team going in a same placement, same position. HLX went to the western side city. Team XFX, they went to the containers. The northern side city has been covered up by the MAKPEN. Close to them on the northern side, and more towards the Zarki, that is the SDMZs. And once again, the circle has taken the shift prior corresponding to the plane line. It is kind of, and majority of it is in the favor of that plane line, where majority of the teams can actually achieve and go for rest.
So Torix, I'll see you in like 10 minutes or something because I'm pretty sure this is a recipe for a very slow game, and I guess we'll have to live with that for a while. But yes, the teams, they pretty much mind their own business. They have their own drop off points. They're probably not going to be engaging upon themselves anytime soon. So we'll have to chill out quite a bit. So with that, we'll just keep our eyes peeled for the kill feed in case they prove us wrong. But nonetheless, everyone is just going to go and loot the place up. As of this moment, I think I'll just take a look at what the rankings are gonna look like. It looks like T2K regained their number one spot, but oh, hold on, the Gaming Broskis, they find Syndicate. Ayo, in fact, will be the first blood in this map. They will be losing their lives at the moment. We're seeing 63 players left. Okay, let me just take a look at that mini map real quick. The Gaming Broskis, they're in their cars, they're rotated into the area. I only see Mad here, so it looks like Syndicate went for a 2-4-2 split, and Mad is all alone as of this moment. Not so good on the equipment. In fact, the armor is a little bit concerning. The guns, it's okay. I think the guns are quite decent actually. And then we got one grenade just in case, and they have some healing items in and their inventory could work, but still, how is that all going to help if you are all alone and going up against a full squad of 4 players? That is the Gaming Broskis. They just took Syndicate by surprise, but it's a good thing you can see the rest of Syndicate will probably be rotating into the area. I just saw like a smidge of like purple in the vicinity, so I hope to see like maybe Syndicate will take this fight, at least save Mod from this situation, this dire situation. But it looks like Mod is actually trying to go on foot, trying to get away, and you can see the Gaming Broskis might be going for the chase. They're just checking the rooms, trying to see where is that guy. There should be another squad. It can't be that there's only one person here. But look at this. They're all rotating now. Lash has like an inkling as to where Mad is right now. They're gonna be going onto the vehicles. They're gonna be rotating into the area, and Mad better blend into the background because they'll be caught up. And I think the Gaming Broskis, yes, they will be checking this compound. No way did they not clock Mad. They are still checking the houses. They're still they don't have information. They're collecting information, and Mad's pretty much laughing themselves, laughing their butts off. But here, Biabadada, they're on the grounds, and there's the rest of the 2 players from Syndicate nearby as well. Looks like they'll be leaving the Gaming Broskis alone as of this moment. They're just going to keep a watch out. But here, Mud is hiding here. Oh no, they're gonna get caught. They're gonna get. Did they? Oh, no way! The Gaming Broskis did not notice Mad, I think. I think they did not notice Mad. They're blending into the trash. They're going straight forward. They're like, where is this guy? This is like some cartoon, Looney Tunes sort of scenario right here. They pretty much went past Mad, and Mad's quietly just pretty sure like in real life, Matt is probably laughing right now. What just happened there? What, that was comical. That was actually comical. But nonetheless, yes, the Gaming Broskis, I think they pretty much just like chilled out, and now they gave up on trying to hunt down Mod, and they're just gonna loot this place up.
Annie, at least,
Yeah.
I see one fight in the 6-5 minutes. I'm happy. I'll take that. I'll take that compared to the no fight whatsoever. But still, if only one more fight can occur, that would be amazing, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. The team knows what they're doing. The team knows what they are up to. But 6 minutes have passed, ladies and gentlemen, and 63 players are remaining into the game. So far, DRS, they're also like moving from one direction to another one, to a different plane, to a different location, slowly, steadily approaching those crucial placements, positions where they can actually take the vantage point against the different teams. First of all, I think they need to like stay into the middle of the circle, but that's a very old tactic. But you know what else? Nobody's gonna expect that. If you stay in the middle, you will have a really decent chance, in my opinion, if you're aggressive, to take down all the teams that will be coming from the surrounding sides and maybe even moving it around from that area. You will have the chance to at least take down one, maybe two players out, and then slowly and steadily just mark up those elimination numbers. But Boatyard area, aka the water town that it used to be called, now it's a boatyard, ladies and gentlemen. The Erangel has changed once again. I miss the old water town. I kind of miss it up, but boatyard is way too like premium for loot now.
Premium. Yeah, you know what? I was like, you know what? Boatyard seems like it's so strange. Like, did that always get called Boatyard? I don't think so. So that was it. That was it. It really did change. But yeah. Yeah, well, that's pretty much it for the map, and we only had one casualty so far. We're kind of chilling about. I really hope that was gonna be the start of like a rainfall and a whole avalanche of engagements, but unfortunately, we're still gonna be chilling about. Gaming Broskis, they do have one elimination on their side, but couldn't follow that up with any more after that. And so it's peaceful once again in Erangel. And I usually like peace, but I don't like peace in this game because that just means waiting a little bit more. But okay, we got four death machines finding one of their players getting eliminated in this place.
That's another player almost on the verge of being eliminated, but Killmonger, oh, man, just survived by that strand of HP because of the fact that he jumped down at the right moment, at the right time. But will he survive more? Will he get some more eliminations? Is the bigger question, because four death machines, the rest of the two players, they're close to the church where the one of the player of only Esports, Slim Shady, is situated at. The fight can actually begin, but Slim Shady, he's gonna get into the car, he's gonna get in his buggy, and he's just gonna skedaddle out of here. He is going to go a little bit back, get out of the buggy. Once again, has the PP Python in hand. The fight, face to face, is happening. Og is gonna connect, and Slim Shady is gonna be taken down and out of the game instantly. On the back line, there's also HLX approaching the situation. I only see Drakes in the vicinity, but okay, Ajay is on the left side of four death machines on the veteran side, as he is also approaching the scenario, approaching the compounds where his team member Trix is situated at.
Okay. We got still four death machines going up against only esports. And after that initial like exchange of bullets, kind of just chilling about now. HLX could be a potential third party at this scenario. Okay, let's see what they do. It looks like the rest of the teams. There's also the Gaming Broski should be nearby. I can see the ruins, so they should be like towards the southwestern part of this particular position over here. And so with that, you see on the esports handsomes does have this really nice spot to scout the place out, get some information in for their side of the team. But nonetheless, they're kind of just waiting for any sort of movement, any sort of um given information away from some other teams. But as of this moment, I guess everyone's just trying to lay low as much as possible. And oh my god, this game is slow. This game is very, very slow. It's 10 minutes into the game. We only have three casualties so far. And there could have been more, but look, like, there are four teams here, but nothing's happening except right now. Okay, 4DM's trying their luck. They have some bullets going to the vicinity of HLX. HLX not even fighting back. They're just going on for that trigger discipline as usual. I hope to see something happening, especially with OG joining in the fray. I can see Bahum right nearby, so I hope to see like an engagement happening. But I don't think they're trying like no, they're not like trying to take some initiative into getting a fight going.
I mean, the fight, that's not happening. You know that, Annie. We all know that. Until the state number 3 is about to close, I don't think the full-fledged team fight is gonna happen. Yeah, we will see some stray fights, like one or two player being eliminated here and there. Like even Bahun DTD, he's close to the proximity of HLX. If HLX is lucky, they're going to be able to take down the players off the side, but at the same angle, at the same side. Come on, Joker, it's up to you. I'm waiting for that spray to connect upon the player. I do love the formation of HLX, the way they have like complete control of this broken compound area sides for themselves. OG cannot move. OG cannot show their faces here. That is one thing that is for sure. But at the same time, we have to see the circle. The circle has gone towards the western side area, the hospital, the Mount Everest is in the circle, but the fight is happening. OJ taking that shot, taking that connectivity, and also giving it back, making it double and giving it back straight to the RD's angle. Two for Cruel, two for Adi, DTD, and 4 eliminations in the back. OG beautifully executing the fight against the team RD.
Oh, nice one. And that is it. That is our first team wipeout. And we are all at it right now. We are all just at it. And so with that, we we desperately need just a little bit more patience for our teams. They just need time. They just need time to gather courage and take these fights. But okay, DRS is going to be rotating into the area. CS Vajra is nearby. They're coming in like a cloud. Look at them. They're so graceful. I like this. I like how this looks right now. DRS Gaming is trying to raise the map as well. But with that, they're trying to go into the circle. As you can see, the blue zone is going to be closing in stage 3. There's ASL nearby as well. But still nothing. Nothing happening. No one's taking this fight. No one wants to make a move until Frag. Okay, Frag's getting some sprays on, however, and that's just going to attract the attention of a lot of teams. They think something's happening. They think they want this third party scenario to happen just so that they take advantage of a team that's already trying to lick their wounds after a fight. But no, nothing's happening. No. 15 teams, still 57 players after like an initial spray of bullets. Nothing came out of it. Nothing came out of it, and everyone is just trying to play it safe just a little bit too much in this map.
Definitely. 14 minutes in, only one team has been eliminated. The rest of the fight that has occurred, it was only on 4 death machines. One player where they lost a player, and then they also took one elimination on the team NEPX side now. But one thing that we have to know for sure is the fact that in a short while, when this stage is gonna like shrink it down, stage number 3 to 4 is gonna be made. Let me tell you, we're gonna see some amazing fights. Domain also has been taken down by the hand of 3 Real Bros, and 3 Real Bros is taking those fights straight up on the face. But now they're also struggling as one player's down. Zero is also being knocked out, and 3 Real Bros down to the last 2 players. NEPX got eliminated by the play circle there, and then the last guy that was alive. But 3 Real Bros, they're also picking some heavy casualties as there's a third party ASL in the proximity.
Yeah, okay. 3 Real Bros, it's in trouble. TMGH should be the last person standing, and they're way too out in the open. 1 versus 1, and TMGH had to be the one to fall in that scenario, in that 1 versus 1. And with that, he took it with the 2 eliminations. SDMZ is in trouble. They all fall at the same time, and well, XFX UF will be taking those 4 eliminations happily from their hands. And with that, we're going to be seeing that circle. It's going to close in the ruins. And you can see a cluster of buildings from the ruins still within the circle. So it makes things a little bit more complicated, especially considering the fact that the teams just love camping. They love playing it safe as of this moment. So with that, we have 12 teams. We got 44 players left remaining. We still have 15 minutes. So, yeah, more or less. I'm going to estimate we probably have 15 minutes left in this map as of this moment. Because, like, coming in from the pace of this map, we're probably gonna reach maybe 30 minutes, if not like very close to 30 minutes. And here we have XFXUF. They're clocking in MAKPEN. Scout 25 is cooking up the grenade. Yeti is the target. They turn around. I don't know how that ended up, but Team OG, they find ASL nearby as well. There's OG. I think that's Team OG towards the western position as well. And there we have it. We have Team OG after all. Addies just clocking in those cars, making those noise right outside their house. There's DRS trying to find their own eliminations as well. And we have four death machines quietly hiding out. They see ASL at the distance. They see the party happening. And in fact, there are so many people here. It's just a wonder that we don't even see any bullets crossing the path. So everyone's just trying to play it safe right now.
They are
Ugh.
definitely trying to play it safe, Annie, but the zone is not going to let them. That is for sure, because stage number 4 is closing on, and 12 teams with 43 players. It's almost impossible for them to get in this radius, whereas the water town, the boatyard, the boat town is there now. Alongside of that, the bridges area of these northern angles. Like, look at that. There's a lake in between. Team VETLQ, they're also in a fight against Team MAKPEN. MAKPEN, both parties, whether it's the MAKPEN or VETLQ, they are in an engagement and they are receiving the casualties. Scout 25 is completely out in the open now. Now, this guy is at a very, very, very crucial point to the fact that if MAKPEN spots him out, he has nowhere to run. He's in a very, very close to comfort location. The moment MAKPEN is going to spot the player out, it's going to be over for him. But luckily enough, VETLQ, they're easily going to be able to revive the player. Now get back onto the surface. Wait a minute, did he just got him in the water on his shoulders? Huh?
What? What is happening here? It's a fever dream right now. It's a fever dream with Erangel last of this one. Okay, we got Aladdin clocking in map, and there's a spray coming right about. And I don't know what this guy's looking for. There's some movement nearby. There's smokes there. They clocked in the smoke. Here, VTLQXUF. They had the number 1 spot, in map number two, after map number 2, I think, and then after that, real quick, T2K took that number 1 spot back from them. But here, CS Vajra finds intensity from Syndicate. We have HLX nearby, and we got MAKPEN. Oh, that's a 2-for-1 deal. Ajaya actually managed to get the 2 down onto the ground. Scott's gonna be following right up, and Aladdin will be taking those elimination points for themselves. HLX gets clocked in as well, and that's a lot of pressure coming in from Aladdin in there. MAKPEN Uncles is also nearby trying to get that elimination steal, but instead they both get knocked down right and dead and there. So with that, Aladdin's trying their best to get those bullets to connect. They need those eliminations. Panda's also nearby, but Panda is slowly and steadily losing a lot of health as well. So you know what, Aladdin should just wait them out. And there we have it. Panda, fortunately, I don't know if that credited to Aladdin. It doesn't seem to be the case. And, well, that's quite unfortunate. But we're going to be looking out for Hidden Leaf as well, because they look like they found an engagement that they want to go to. There's just some grenades going back and forth. And MAKPEN's going to be coming in right into the sprays of Ajaya.
The sprays, the players coming around the premises. MAKPEN finally been taken down. It is over for them, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to top 10 teams. T2K also receiving some casualties as 1 player is down, and he is on the verge of being eliminated too. You can see that on the dead live counter. But Aladdin close to Ajaya. The fight can happen at any point in time. Aladdin's also the solo player remaining for the team. VETLQ, a while ago, they were 4-man standing, and now they're down to almost a no-man standing. It's a no-man's land. You get up, you stand up, and you're definitely going to be shot at all directions, from all directions. Slayer comes around, takes down Only's player, whereas Team Only, they were I think they're in the close proximity of the team, but the fights are not happening a lot. And now, there we go. He's going to throw a grenade. It's not going to hit anyone as HLX is moving away from the premises, not knowing that the player was close to the area. Bahoon DTD has been finished off by the hand of a giant. Now the player, Venom Zod, he's going to spot down Aladdin, and it's over. Another team gets out of the equation. XFXUF is the name to get eliminated on the hashtag number 10.
Oof. Okay, we got 9 teams left to go, and they're all trying to basically get as much elimination points as possible while staying alive. And actually, the staying alive part is weighing more than the elimination. But over here, Hands Up does get taken down by Rules OG. It's just a knockout. Let's see if they can confirm that kill for themselves. There was a grenade cooking. I don't know if it's gonna hit anyone. Ajaya just turned right around trying to see if they can find any sort of movement right around their backs. And Liquid is nearby. Ajaya's senses were correct. There was someone trying to go from behind, but here Delta is going to be revived as of this moment. Looks like only has been eliminated off. We're looking at 8 teams left and 29 players left remaining. HLX, great job with the 6 eliminations. And so it's quite nice that HLX has been bouncing back, and now they're climbing steadily on the leaderboard. That's a 6 points, 6 elimination points and counting, perhaps, plus the placement points that they have for surviving this long. And now we're going to be watching out from at the distance. We can see T2K and 4DM still at it with each other. There's ASL nearby also, a very decent team. Definitely these teams are to be watched out for. Like these teams, these 4 teams on our screen, they should be worried about. Like T2K, of course, they got the number 1 spot. 4DM, very decent team as well. It looks like Peak will be picked off. However, the Gaming Broskis is still within the game, so we have to watch out for a lot of places right now. And HLX is also nearby. All right, we got 4DM eliminated off. So with that just leaves 7 teams left.
7 teams left now, 23 minutes into the game, and majority of the teams are 4-man standing. The only 2 that are not are OG and DRS. The only 2 teams, but aside from all of the others, they're 4-man into the game. Chadi is also low. He's down. Needs to be finished as soon as possible if they want to get any kind of eliminations. But OG versus DTD. It is happening, ladies and gentlemen. T2K Fearless 25. He's low. He needs to heal. Igneous shooting at the players. Oh my god, that was beautiful. And Igneous gets the knockdown done. ASL, 1 player once again is down. And I mean, at this placement, at this location, we do have to see what the T2K is going to be capable of. They move too much forward. HLX from the back is going to shoot at them. They stay down. They're definitely going to be outside of the play zone, and the play zone is going to do that deed of damage to them, as this state number 6 is a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, definitely it is. T2K. Okay, Igneous does still need to be revived even until now. All right. Oh, no. I thought Rules OG had it, but Ajaya caught them red-handed, and now they're red on the ground. They're trying to get eliminated off, but Hitu, oh no, Hitu with the grenade. Let's see if it finishes them off. Looks like Igneous gets taken by Chari from ASL still, and Jane will be taking the credit for the other players. So it looks like Hitu, unfortunately, just a little bit too late with the finishing with the confirmation. And looks like DRS, Killer YT, will be denying an elimination point for themselves and will be taken by the play zone. But over here, Trix is way too low in health. They're inside a jeep. There's also another player from HLX, their fellow player Venom, needing the revive. Jane, what happened there? Ajaya finds Jane walking about, and Jane gets taken by surprise. He, however, will be helping out Jane with the smokes, just helping out just a little bit, just to stop the vision from coming in. Trix took a lot of damage, but it's not gonna be enough for the confirmation or the knockout. But it's gonna be Biambe from TGB who will be taking them down instead, and Liquid will be finishing that off, and that just leaves 18 players left remaining.
5 total teams remaining into the game with 18 players. And majority of them, like, look at that. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 4 versus 4 versus 4. any at this point in time. Hidden Leaf Esports now just behind the car, behind their Lamborghini that beautiful chroma Lamborghini is here. But Abrupt Slayers, they're also going for the fight as one player of the Abrupt Slayers is right now down. HLX versus TGB, it's happening. Vajra versus TGB, it's also happening too. Wait a minute. CS Vajra on a very different plane. Look at that, where they are. Look at TGB. And they were shooting at the players from that different of a location, that farther of a location. HLX is going to lose another player, and they're going to be down to the very last guy. Even though 7 eliminations, it's still not enough to get them into the top 3 for now, right now, into the game. Lash, Himson, both players from the Gaming Broski. The Gaming Broskis are down, and CS Vajra, they are throwing all their utilities, dumping it up in this particular region, not knowing that the players have already moved away from the premises, and all those throwables, they're all going to be in wind. They're not going to be used. They're not going to connect upon any time. But ASL Chari, Abrupt Slayers, 9 elimination, and they are really close to taking down T2K once again, owns the leaderboard overall for the hashtag #1 CS Vajra TTV. The fight is happening. 1 player down, 2 player finished. Right there and then, that's 3 and almost 4 eliminations for the Gaming Broskis at this point in time. CS Vajra down to the last man standing. ASL and OG, the only 2 teams with enough players to support a winner chicken dinner tactic. Right now, we have to see which one of them is going to succeed, or is it going to be none of them that's going to succeed.
Who knows? Who knows? There could be a plot twist coming in from the underdog teams right now. HLX with a solo player. We got TGB with 2 players. CSP. In fact, CSP just lost 1 player just right now. Okay, Delta's getting targeted right now by Lash from the Gaming Broskis. And Delta's definitely half health, taking a bit of damage, and will probably be hit by that blue zone in a couple of seconds if they don't move. But here, the Gaming Broskis, they're gonna be closing in on Delta, and Delta is in trouble. They go up on the ground, but it's still not enough. It's still not enough to go up against 2 players from the Gaming Broskis. But here, Abrupt Slayers, they clock in TGB. They know that TGB just took a bit of damage from HLX, and HLX definitely did a number on them, but Abrupt Slayers couldn't quite get those shots to connect. They're going onto the ground, they're going prone, and this is how they'll survive. They have to hide within the grass, and here the Gaming Broskis, they clock in ASL. They're trying to get those sprays on, but the Jane actually managed to get those bullets to connect, and look at this, 2 teams crawling onto the ground like snakes, trying to best each other. Oh no, ASL's in trouble. 1 person left standing that's still active. I don't know if they can like revive right now. And Chari gets taken out, and that's it. It's CGB versus OG from now on.
Top 2. It is top 2. TGB versus OG. One
Ooh,
wrong move, and that's all going to be it. And
no.
there we have it. The wrong move is here, and TGB just denies that elimination to the play circle instead of giving it to the players, to the opponent. OG with that winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. This is the match #4. This was a third last match of the day #1 of the grand finals that has just ended, that has just concluded. And now, with this winner chicken dinner, there's going to be a lot of changes, onto the overall ranking page. But before any of that, I think I do need to see what the match ranking is and how well this match was played by the teams, how much eliminations we're seeing, how much heals were there in the match, in the game, throughout the whole scenario, and at the same time, those crucial vehicle elimination. I want to see that vehicle elimination go up to at least 3 or 4.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see what the stats look like, the eliminations, who the MVP is, everything. I want to see what the map looks like all in all, like what did the assets basically, what are the data that got connected or like collected rather in this map, because it's been a long map. It's actually been a long map. I can't like quite remember everything that just happened, but of course there were some highlights and there were some hiccups. There were some funny moments that unfortunately happened in this map. And so yes, they'll see it in the VOD. Those players will study themselves and also their enemies in the VOD, so that they'll have to like clock in what the strategies are and where the tendency of the teams, how the tendency of some teams will act. But yeah, nonetheless, we should be seeing the stats later on. They're just preparing things on the back end, so we're just gonna like wait patiently just a little bit longer, and that's just it. Team OG, as we saw, they got the chicken dinner, and alongside with that, they got the 10 total eliminations, and we got the total damage. We got 1,628 total damage coming in to Team OG. And so now I want to see what the other assets are going to look like. It's going to be the match summary.
Somebody it is a zero vehicle elimination, 64 knockout, and 56 total elimination numbers. But throwables, ooh, 256 is a good number. 9 headshot, 3 airdrops, 293 is the longest elimination distance by the Vajra. Yonku with 7,480 healing done in this match. Still better than the last Erangel where I think it was 5,000-ish of the healing side. It was not even close to 6,000. But yes, now, this time, at least it's close to 7,500. This is the match, somebody, ladies and gentlemen. And match number 4 of it, this has been concluded. It is concluded now. Going, I think, to the match ranking. A match ranking, we're going to see a lot of double digits, maybe. I'm at least expecting 3 teams with the double digit elimination or close to that. 9 or 8 elimination numbers from the side. And there we go. There we have it. With the 10 elimination numbers to the team OG, I'm seeing ASL with 9, 7 for TGB and HLX. A total of 10 points, 13 points, and ASL with 14 points to their name. T2K also did an amazing job with the elimination numbers. 6 elimination numbers. That's like 1.5 team that they eliminated up. XFX, UF, and CSV also did 5 elimination. That's more than a squad. I'll take that.
Yeah, definitely. You'll definitely have a lot of elimination points for some of these teams. They're very decent, in fact, very decent. And of course, we have the second page as well. These are the teams that need to step up sooner rather than later. We have 3 teams too that have 0 total points. We got Royal Dragons, we have MAKPEN, and we have Syndicate. Unfortunately, they just had a quite a rough match because I know these guys. I know RD and MAKPEN and Syndicate, they did well in some of the maps. And even like the previous, most recent map just a while ago, they actually did well. It's just that they probably got picked off way too early on. But here is the MVP of the match. It's going to be Adi from Team OG with the 5 eliminations, 862 damage, 1 assist, 18 throws used. We got the 29 minutes and 5 seconds of survival time, and of course we have the 122 healings from this guy alone. So yes, the chicken dinner plus this MVP from Addy. That's definitely a really good map for Team OG.
It definitely is showing the spirit that this guy, even as a solo, has done a great job. But going on to the match, overall the ranking, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, not match, but days overall ranking. It is Train to Kill 58. T2K secured their top spot once again. Abrupt Slayers 57. There we go, 36 to 39 elimination. Then we have 35 for the VETLQXUF on the elimination side. 47 of total. Finalist Esports also closing in the gap with 42 points. Gaming Broskis 33 with the 21 elimination. That marks the end of the 20 plus elimination number. Now, Team OG, Royal Dragons, SDMZs with 14 elimination each. 13 for 3 real bros and only esports. I have to give it to that 3 real bros, even though they're on the hashtag number 12 right now, Annie. The amount of elimination they have, it's just showing them that they were aggressive throughout the whole thing, that they have been aggressive in all of the scenario. If they can survive, if they can start to like gather up some placement points and start staying up till the end of the game, like till the top 5, top 3, then there's nothing stopping them from at least staying in the top 5 at the end of the day, of the day number 1. But yes, that is a question for another time. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, before heading and starting our Miramar journey, we're going to go for a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We're back with the Miramars this time around. The next two matches, ladies and gentlemen, of the 2026 PMNC South Asia Spring. The day number one of the grand finals are going to be Miramar. It's going to be the beginning of those stale, those dry, those barren lands of Miramar to begin and to show us what kind of an aggression that the teams have in store for us. Or, if I have to say, what kind of passiveness does the team have in store for us for the day number one? Because even the last Erangel match was kind of stale, was kind of like on a passive note. But yes, Miramar could have been different, but here we go. We're not going to take too much of your time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take you straight up into the match of the Miramar. Starting up, we are seeing the plane line on our screen, starting with the truck stop all the way western side of Ladrelia.
Yep. I mean, we got like an east to west sort of situation over here. So there are quite a number of like hot shops that are accessible over here. We got Picado, we got La Driera, we got San Martin. Del Patron a little bit too far off. I don't know if people still like Los Leones. I definitely don't like Los Leones. Chumacero is also nearby. And so with that, El Hazar is just a little bit too far off, but I'm sure there's some teams that will attempt it. Actually, no, El Azhar is still pretty accessible. It's just that the name is far away, but the actual city is still nearby, and everyone is just dropping off the map one after the other. I don't see any like teams landing in the same place, and this sort of flight path is just making it easy for the teams to spread out quite a lot. Like they don't have to like land at the same place. But you know what? You know what I'm really hoping for in the next match, in the next map? I hope like the flight path is like way too down below. Like most of the flight path is like touching from Puerto Paraíso to Minas del Sur, so that there's like way too little time for the places to go back. But yes, the circle is gonna close in over there, and it looks like it's gonna like close in a lot of like maybe half the players as of this moment. So well, half the players will be safe right now, but HLX landed in the same area with Syndicate. Now I'm kind of hoping that we're gonna be seeing some early game engagement. So let's just give time for the players to just loot the place about. But you can already see tricks. They find Syndicate's cloud and nearby, and there's also another engagement in TGB and someone else. But yes, we will be focusing on Hidden Leaf. Tricks goes down right into the ground. Cloud takes that with the shotgun, but TGB Lash finds Killmonger for 4 DM, and so three active players on Hidden Leaf, and it's still 2 minutes into the game. I love this. I love this reverse psychology situation over here. Erangels, very so. Miramar's going great. We got 62 players left. We got TGB Liquid fighting RD Suba. What is happening over here? There's 3 different engagements, or rather, there's a third party here. RD just sidestepping the Gaming Broskis as of this moment. Liquid just getting punished over there and getting eliminated off to less than 3 minutes into the game. What in Miramar's name is happening? Where is this engagement? Where is this aggression suddenly coming from? I guess they all learned their lesson from in the Erangel, I suppose, and they know that it's just not working out. All those staying safe, all those survivability, like prioritizing the survivability, it just wasn't working out. They couldn't get the engagements and the eliminations that they want, and so now they're going on the aggressive. And now here in Chumacera, we got HLX and Syndicate. They're still at it. Tricks got eliminated off. It looks like there's only 3 in Hidden Leaf, and I'm just gonna assume Syndicate has all 4 players still standing, just judging from the fact that HLX did not get any eliminations. And so with that, we got 5 rather. We have 5 casualties 3 minutes into the game. So it's a good start. It's definitely a good start to this Miramar, but unfortunately, we're already back into a lull. We're already back to playing it safe. We're already back to not making a move, and you can see they have like Hidden Leaf. They don't have the greatest guns. I can see an Uzi. I can see an SMG. The double barrel shotguns on their hands. It's not looking good, especially if you want like the best guns
Yeah.
to try to like go ahead and take this fight. It's just not gonna do well with this gun, dude. Oh, actually, there's some bullets
Ooh,
like connecting. Wow.
nice. Nice spray with that UMP and everything. The shots did connect. Syndicate, look at that. They're losing a lot of players. And Syndicate, I think intensity is going to be down to the last 2 players now from this point onward. Intensity is there alongside the rest of the player of the team. Syndicate is IO. He's in the city. The close to proximity is going to be Hidden Leaf. And Hidden Leaf has a clear advantage against them at this point. Annie one wrong move from any party is going to instantly mean destruction from the side of the players. And IO, he's looking from a different plane with that tap DMR. In fact, a semi-auto rifle at this point in time. One wrong move, and that headshot is going to do a lot of damage to you.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, definitely. If I were to get that headshot, that really nice shot from coming in from the players, but here Ajaya is just standing over there right below intensity. I don't know if they have information, and intensity is making a lot of noise with their footsteps. They're just giving those audio cues, and intensity will pay for that. Delta will be finding that knockdown. In fact, Elta will be finishing off intensity. One there, one over there, one elimination on their side on HLX, and now that makes three. In fact, it was three eliminations on the side of HLX as of this moment. And so, where is the last person from Syndicate? Where is AU? Where exactly is AU? Did HLX get some information as to where this guy is? Will they go ahead and try to hunt down the place? They have the numbers advantage, and so they should be like confident enough to take this fight to hunt down AU from Syndicate, the last person standing from their team.
I mean, Annie, compared to the Erangel, I think I'll take this match. I'll take this match because we have seen so far somewhere 6 elimination from 62. We're down to 56 players right now at this point in time, and I'll take that at any point. I'll take it. But yes, HLX, they're now grouping together, moving forward inside the Chumasera city, where the team is Syndicate last player is right now situated at. One wrong move from Syndicate's player, and IO might be the first to one, or maybe even the last one of his team to get eliminated. And the first team to be eliminated out of the match is going to be Syndicate because of that. Or Death Machine is on the same verge. 2 of their players have been eliminated. I see 4 teams outside of the circle right now in an instant when the circle is shifting from stage number 1 to the stage number 2. 1 minute left before the stage number 1 closes up, and it marks the territory with a new radius.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And now we're gonna be watching out for any development in this situation, especially with AO. And AO, okay, Delta almost had it. I don't know if they spotted AO actually, or they just managed to get a really good shot. Okay, AO actually like showed themselves, and here Delta is on the move. They're on the move. That blue zone is forcing AU's hands to move, and look at that, no car, nothing. He got some decent loot actually, but here Train to Kill is actually like quite well equipped as of this moment, and they are hunting. They are on the hunt. They are trying to clock in with their scopes anything that's gonna be happening. But TRS versus NEPX, Precious took a lot of precious damage, goes right onto the ground, and Domain is just trying to fight back and save the 2 players, but unfortunately Precious got finished off. Rex still needs help, and Claw is, I don't know where Claw is. Okay, AU got caught up. Syndicate got eliminated as the first team, but here we're also watching NEPX got Claw cooking up the grenade. Let's see if it's gonna hit anyone. Nothing popping up in the kill feed, and so that just means it didn't quite connect, and so Claw will be relocating and rendezvous with Domain. In fact, and okay, nice shot. Example actually takes down Rex, and that, no, rather, I think Rex just ran out of health, or maybe they got finished off. Let's just see later on. But here, DRS nearby, we got Domain trying their luck, and as well as Claw trying to lock up against DRS. But here, Killer White C and Frag, they're moving the plays out. They are trying to angle themselves somewhere. I don't know what their plan is, but they're definitely trying to cook something up and trying to finish off NEPX Esports.
NEPX Esports versus DRS. It was happening, ladies and gentlemen. And but as Rex was knocked out, DRS came in, finished the guy up, and they just went back after that. So with this, the 2 players off the side of NEPX Esports, they're going to survive, as they were really lucky to get out of the area at a really decent time. But now, it's the next phase. It is going to be the next phase in 1 minute and 50 seconds. You know why? because stage number 2 is going to close up. Stage number 3 is going to be commenced. And so far, I see HLX with 4 eliminations. A very decent job. Well done. They were the one to eliminate out the Syndicate. But as Syndicate also retaliated with the 1 elimination. Ooh. But there we go. NEPX Esports are closing in. 2K is in the front lines. The Rules OG is down and finished up with that DBS in hand. Domain has a grenade. He's going to trajectory it towards the side of the T2K players. And Claw's grenade is actually going to take down Fearless. With this, another one bites the dust. Another one gets out of the game. And 2K down to the 2-man standing.
Now, this performance right now with Claw from NEPX, this is the NEPX that I knew yesterday. This is the NEPX I want to see once again in the grand finals, but unfortunately they can't quite shine anymore. Rex got picked off, Precious got picked off, and Claw, they have the 2 eliminations for themselves. They can't quite get their footing anymore, especially with the huge disadvantage in numbers right now. And so, I mean, the damage has been done. NEPX is down to 2 players, and I'm hoping for the other teams to bounce back as well. Here, T2K, it's more or less the same situation. They're down to half their roster. They're down to 2 players, so it might be a little bit hard, especially considering the fact that most teams still have their full lineup. But here, HLX Axie does get picked off, and HLX also down to 2 players. So a lot of the decent teams that I'm really rooting out for, especially with the teams that did so well in the playoffs, that they're just losing their place as of this moment, and I'm really worried for that. I'm kind of like, I kind of had high hopes, but right now, yes, I know I said this a while ago, that's the grand finals. I think some teams were holding back in the playoffs, knowing that all they needed to do was qualify. And so that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We're seeing some of these teams just shining all of a sudden, and this is what I'm here for. This is the kind of performance that I'm looking for in the teams. And so with that, the stage 3 circle, we saw exactly where it's gonna go, and now that's just going to force some of these teams that are still a little bit too far out from the circle to move about in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, only 30 seconds more, and the stage number 3 is going to start to close in. But you know what else is closing in? The distance between the Gaming Broskis and another team close to the proximity. That is 4 Death Machines. Joker gets taken down. It's up to the last guy. That is AG. AG manages to take down 1 knockdown, but not enough for confirmation to happen. And now, with 4 Death Machines out of the equation, Abrupt Slayers enter the vicinity, enter this area, jumps over the guy. Wait, for some reason, the guy did not even shoot at them. Once again, the players are in the close. Abrupt Slayers is going to lose the players. Shoddy and On Sky is down. Hituzad is the only guy remaining into the game, and the moment he's going to enter the compound, it's all over for him too. ASL, Abrupt Slayers, they're done. They're dusted. They are gone out of the match.
Unfortunate, quite unfortunate. And now we're down to 13 teams and 44 players left remaining. We're still 13 minutes into the game, so I'm glad we had a lot of development, and the main goes right into the domain of the ground, and Claw is still at it. They're a little bit distracted, trying to find any sort of movement from their opponents. But Scout with a really nice angle to throw those grenades, and a nice, no, rather, that's another team, actually, Killer YT. I thought that grenade connected, but here we have it. Scout just trying their luck at throwing those grenades. There's only 1 grenade left, and they're going to be expending this. They're going to go all in terms of the grenades, and now they put it right back into their pocket. They're not quite sure where TGB is. They don't have enough information. They're backing away just a little bit. They're just going to save their resources just a little bit. But here, SDMZ flanking took a bit of damage back there, but it's not gonna be enough to confirm flanking, and so Scott will be backing away and changing their goalposts once again, targeting TGB. Let's see if it connects. And Himson almost goes down, actually, but it's not enough to confirm this guy.
Absolutely. The grenade did not connect. The player is still alive, and he is still running into the game. Aladdin, he's shooting at the cars. He's making sure that the coupes are no longer usable, no longer viable for the players, for the team. State number 3 is closing in, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to see another shift of the circle, another shift of the radius, and this time it has gone to the western side area, 50 meters more for the DRS. It's so iconic. Wherever DRS came from, now they have to go back there. Now, at this point in time, they went back to the eastern side that, okay, maybe the circle is going to be here, but unfortunately for them, the circle went to the western side, and they're now outside of the area, outside of the region. Slowly and steadily, these 13 teams, they're taking the fight, and I kind of like the pace of Miramar. It's not like the fact that, okay, this Miramar is the as stalemate as the Erangels. No. We saw some decent number of fights happening at early stages, and even right now, the fights are about to happen.
No, definitely, definitely. And now we're gonna be watching out for the rest of the teams. Hopefully, something good comes out of this situation, especially with T2K up at the elevation. Looks like only Esports Handsome does find OG Nobi gets it finished off as well. Alright, got one more casualty in this situation. T2K, I'm a little bit worried over here. They have a really nice spot, and I don't think anyone clocked them in yet. I didn't see anyone trying to target T2K yet, but on the other hand, they are two people left, and I don't think they have the luxury of going down into the ground and trying to take those fights because it's just a little bit too risky to try to do just that. And so, T2K, Igneous especially, they're just clocking in and trying to see if they can snipe anyone from this far on out. And CS Vajra, they're going to be joining in the fray, and they can see Just Duty is trying to be gunned down by Igneous, but unfortunately, those bullets just can't seem to connect just enough for Igneous to get an elimination point for themselves. But what? Bia clocks them in from all the way over there. Igneous took a bit of damage back there. In fact, it's just like a maybe like 15 HP that got taken. Okay, Yonku finds CGB's Himson. Himson goes right into the ground. Scouts closing in, but unfortunately, Igneous actually managed to land a couple of bullets, but it's not going to be credited to their name. CSV instead will be eliminated off. You can see Lash, last person standing on their side. Yambidada doesn't need to get revived, but XFXUF is knocking down their door. I think it's safe. I think this guy is safe. They can go ahead and give the revive, but over here, some shady clocks in. OG, a little bit too low on health for comfort. Hooking up the grenade. They're going to be exchanging it just a bit. Oh, some shady took a bit of damage back there. All right. Bahun actually managed to sidestep just in time, but now question is, will they be able to get away from that grenade? And there's a Molotov about to be thrown. I think there's a flash actually. In fact, smoke's coming right up. Okay, we got Bahun actually managed to heal up, and so we're going back to the start for some shady here. Only Esports got handsome trying to gun down another player from the vicinity. In fact, OG is still being targeted as of this moment. Some heads popping right out, and see only Esports Kyo is trying to get those bullets to connect up against Team OG.
OG, the bullets, the connection. We have to see if it's going to make any kind of difference or the players are going to be eliminated or not. As this stage number 5 is such a small one now, and because of the Miramar terrain, you have like almost 40% of the area. At let's say 80% of the area. The majority of the area is kind of like the mountain ranges, but only Esports now in the fight. The fight is happening, and 2 of the players of the team OG is right now knocked out, eliminated. In fact, only 2 men remaining, only players. Is also down to the last 2 guys, whereas 1 gets more taken down, and it is Kyo as the final hope for the players. Bahun DTD, in the meanwhile, will definitely get revived, will definitely get back on the feet, and only Handsome from the side of OGR DTD has been finished off as well.
Ooh, okay, it's a bit of a trouble in here. Still, we still have 35 players left remaining, 18 minutes into the game. We see a couple of knockdowns and maybe even eliminations in the kill feed that we can't quite catch in the camera just yet because there's just way too many things happening as of this moment. All right, Igneous clocks in some more movement, and this is really unfortunate for the position of T2K. They have such a really nice vantage point, but they can't finish the job. It's just a little too hard. Okay, we have T2K Slayer actually managed to get one down onto the ground, but can't quite finish this off. You can see Slim Shady hiding behind the the crates, and basically just trying to get away from all those bullets, all that damage. And the blue zone is probably going to finish this guy off if ever they don't get away from this situation. Oh, nice job. Only gets eliminated off. Slayer finally gets one elimination credited to their name. It's definitely going to help out quite a lot. And Killer YT, last person standing in their team, less than half health. They have to get away from this situation. That's a smoky guard. That's very, very risky. But now Killer YT right out into the open. I don't think Frag is salvageable at this vicinity. And look at that. Frag actually gets eliminated off. It's a blue zone pretty much pressuring Killer YT to move. And that just makes them a little bit more vulnerable to everyone else. Seven eliminations, and I think DRS Gaming is about to meet their end if ever. The Blue Zone will not be favoring their team. But here we have XFXUF inside of this building. There's another team nearby. There's C2K, there's HLX, and there's several teams towards the western part as well, trying to vie for those placement points as well as those eliminations. They want a cut of those elimination points as well. And if I had to look at the leaderboards, there are actually several teams that are just single players. There's Team OG, there's DRS, there's NEPX, and MAKPEN. All of them single players, all of them solo players, and that just makes that's like the reason why we still have 10 teams, although it
Yep.
seems like there's so little players right now. And so with that, we're just gonna have to keep watching. Slayer finally went down from their elevation, and they're trying to go onto the ground to see if they can get any eliminations.
I mean, Annie, at this point
Mm-hmm.
in time, you can see that for sure. Yes, you said that right. We are seeing a lot of teams, but the player numbers are so low. They're like one solo players remaining into the game. There's OG, there's DRS, there's NEPX, MAKPEN, all the way. Then we have HLX. In the meanwhile, we have XFX with the 4-man alongside of SDMZs, but T2K trying to kill. They're going to be eliminated. One player has been eliminated more by the hand of Team HLX. Now with the 5 eliminations, HLX is doing a decent job. Igneous is on the top of the mountain. If he wants to, he can go forward. He can initiate the contact from the top angle to the bottom angle, eliminate the players up, at least 1 or 2 before getting eliminated too. But as soon as we are seeing all of these fights happening in the area, in the proximity, there's a lot of factors that we have to think of. Aladdin reviving Error being revived. 22 minutes have passed. Maximum 6 more minutes, and this match, this first Miramar, the second last match of the day number 1, it's gonna be over.
It's about to be over to me, maybe in like what, like less than 10 minutes. We're still 22 minutes into the game. Hopefully, this thing like goes about quite fast. And there's like several teams that are already picked off with a lot of players missing in their lineup already. In fact, we have 5 teams with solo players. We have 2 teams with duos, and so with that, we have SDMZ and XFXUF still a full squad, so they have quite the advantage. They have the chance to get that chicken dinner. But the question is, well, will that stay like that for long? Will those teams stay full squad for long? Because if anything could change in like 7 minutes or so. But right now we're watching out for XFXUF. We are trying to scout out the place in here. They're trying to see if they can see any sort of movement within the buildings. And whenever they do, they can go ahead and give those sprays and try to vie for those elimination points. But as of this moment, it looks like that blue zone is gonna close in a minute or so. There's several teams, several players actually outside of that safe zone and outside of that play zone, so they have to move as much as possible away from that place. And I think these buildings are just making things more complicated. They're just giving a lot of cover for the teams, and so they can like basically camp their way out through the whole game whatsoever and drag this game out quite a bit. And so with that, still no development whatsoever. Agent took a bit of damage, however. I just saw them go right down to the red, and so Agent is basically exchanging bullets with someone out there, but it's not gonna be enough for elimination. Nothing's happening in the kill feed.
Yep, the kill feed is going up, and we have to wait and see what will be the next person on the kill feed side, on the elimination feed side. HLX and SDMZ they have a clear angle against each other, but none of them, I think, will be fighting against each other at this point in time. Stage number 7 have finally been commenced, and SDMZ is they're still at the corner of the circle. Okay, wait a minute. Where Aman is, they have the circle. Where the rest of the players like Mani or Flanky is, they don't have the circle for them. But NEPX Claw, oh my god, this guy, he's a solo. He is a solo player surviving in all of the midst of all of this destruction, chaos. He's making sure that his player, his team is still thriving. At least he wants to be in the top 5 if he wants to stay alive for a long bit of time. But OG Cruel versus Royal Dragon, it happened. Royal Dragon lost a player. The grenades are going, the sprays are coming through, and we have Cruel facing the wrath of this grenade, still tanking it up, half HP done, still half more HP, where he's going to be able to get that heal done on himself, back to 75. He's also the solo guy. Remember this, that if he gets eliminated, it's also over for the team as well. So all of these solo players, they have to be extra careful around the area and not make any kind of wrong, rash moves. But TGB, even being a duo trio, they got eliminated, and they're the first one out of the top 8 to be out. DRS on the hashtag number 8, they have also been eliminated. Hashtag number 7 goes to Team OG. It's a back and forth from 9 or 10 to all the way to the top 6, Annie.
Got T2K down. So we have 5 teams left, and most of those solo players have already gotten picked off. And now we're watching out NEPX. NEPX just touched the blue zone back there, so that just means they're in a little bit of a pinch or a little bit in trouble, especially since they don't have the support of the rest of their teammates. And now we're looking at what the rest of the teams are up to. We have SDMZ still a full squad alongside XFX UF. That much hasn't changed no matter what you look at. But here, Aladdin goes right onto the ground. Sexu actually gets that knockout for themselves. Question is, will that get finished and go on to a confirmation? But no, nonetheless, it doesn't happen. Okay, Delta does find Claw, and that's it for NEPX. They get eliminated off. We're down to 4 teams from now on. Oh, Einar GRG will be going right onto the ground. Took a bit of damage from those bullets, and since Wraith is nearby, we can still save this guy. No, actually, they're not gonna be prioritizing that. I thought Wraith could have okay, saved them. Okay, I really thought they just abandoned their player, but yes, they will be saving their players. They can still heal up, and so we have a 3-man squad for Royal Dragons as of this moment. But here, HLX, we also have to watch out for these guys. 8 eliminations, and they have XFX UF in their sights.
XFX UF and their sides, and XFX UF, the moment we call out their name, one player has been knocked out, Annie. This is not looking good for the team XFX. SDMZ looking at the team Royal Dragon. The spray goes around, and it gets one player. That is Rad. The other one is already on the verge of being eliminated too. Imagine XFX getting up from that point in time and going back to take the fight against the team Royal Dragons and initiate the fight instantly. That's an elimination on the team Royal Dragons, but SDMZ, after getting that knock, I think they're pushing down the team Royal Dragons, whereas Agent, he is giving the cover to the team SDMZs, but Error from the side of HLX has been eliminated. That's a knockdown from the side of HLX towards the other team, XFX UF, also taking the fight, but they are the one to get eliminated into this top 4 scenario. We're down to the top 3 teams. 9 elimination for the HLX, 8 for RD, and 0. Whoa, hold up. 0 for SDMZs?
What? Where? 0, yeah, actually, that's right. That's actually quite right. Unfortunately, SDMZ played it a little bit too safe. No, actually, they didn't play it safe. They tried. I saw Agent. At least Agent was trying to go on the aggressive, but they couldn't quite land those hits until now. Flanky gets the first elimination, and there's a second elimination, in fact, for SDMZ. All right, SDMZ could possibly get a chicken dinner this, right? Because Delta just went down. Flanky finds Delta. Oh, wait a minute. It's actually still SDMZ But HLX managed to get one elimination at least. They brought one person down with them before eventually conceding defeat to SDMZ. Congratulations to these guys. I mean, they were really, really quiet all throughout the map. They were so quiet. They literally had zero eliminations until Torix like mentioned it. So what like SCMZ? It could have been better, but still, 10 placement points alongside the two eliminations. It's fine. It's better than like getting picked off early on and like for example only getting like what 5 eliminations in no placement points. It's still decent. So props to SDMZ still. Nonetheless, they still did a great job in this map.
They definitely did, Annie. They definitely did do a lot of great things and a decent job. Even though they couldn't secure those early stages eliminations or the mid phase of elimination, they still did good at the very end. But I want to see the overall ranking. The only thing that I want to see right now is the change in the overall ranking because there has been a lot of changes. But first of all, let's go and talk about the SDMZs taking that win of a chicken dinner against the team. It is a 4 elimination win of a chicken dinner. That means 14 total points to their name, but 1220 damage. Somebody stole 8 knockouts from these guys. That is bad. That is bad. But going on to the match summary, this is 57 eliminations with 58 knocks, 0 vehicle elimination, 8,095 of the total healing used with 140 throwables, 11 headshots, 1 airdrop, and 389 meters of the longest elimination distance by Killer YT.
Yeah, that's almost a 400-meter snipe from Killer YT. Well, those are great stats. A little bit low on the total helix, way too low on the total throws. I guess they were all just playing it so safe that we're not seeing a lot of resources being used in this map. But yes, nonetheless, the match rankings, we have HLX. Despite finishing second, we still have more total points than SDMG. In fact, they're only like up like by 1 point. And SDMG, as we saw a while ago, it's 14 points. RD coming up next in 13. We have XFX UF with 12, CGB with 9, DRS with 8, NEPX with 6, C2K with 3. That's it for page number 1. It's a good thing that there are at least 4 teams that got double digits in the total points, but unfortunately, no double digits on eliminations. And this is the second page. We got OG with 3 points, 3RB with 2 points, CSV, MAKPEN only, and Syndicate each with 1 point. And unfortunately, ASL, Abrupt Slayers, and 4DM, 4 Death Machines. I will get 0 points on this match number 5. And, well, I mean, ASL and 4DM alike, they already had like okay, like they had like okay or fine maps in the past 4 other maps a while ago, so it's fine. But here is the MVP of the match. It's going to be HLX Delta with the 5 eliminations, with the 868 damage, the 0 assist, the 6 throw use, the 29 minutes survival time, and also the 126 heal. Pretty normal for an MVP.
That is absolutely true. Delta is the guy that's going to have that MVP, but it is the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, in your screen. Train to kill 61. And with this, 2 points of a difference, 59 for the VETLQ, and a lead 57 alongside of Abrupt Slayers. But going on to the elimination side, VETLQ is the highest, has the highest number of eliminations out of all of these teams. Then we come up with the Abrupt Slayers. They were the second one to be really on the aggressive side. Then it was up to the Train to Kill. That is on the hashtag number 1. They not only went for the aggressive, but also went for the positioning points for themselves as well. And because of that, they're still on the hashtag number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 5 is done, Andy. Match number 5 is done and dusted. We're almost down to our last match of the day. That is going to be the second Miramar. And after that is done, it is going to be all over. But before heading over to our last match of the day, we're going to go for a very short break. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We are finally on our final map. We are on match number 6 of the PMNC South Asia 2026 Spring Grand Finals Day number 1. And we will finally end this day with one last Miramar. And so we saw the Miramar a while ago. It was a little bit slow. Let's just admit it. There
Yeah.
was a bit of like an early game engagement at the start, and then the middle was well as expected, as like the last four maps. Yes, it was also slow, and then towards the end it was still slow for like a late game. Yes, we will probably be banking on that same pattern later on, but yes, for now we are still here. We are still waiting to see what the overall rankings, how the overall rankings will change with this last map before we go and we'll prepare for day number 2. And nonetheless, yeah, so we'll have to be like extending our patience a little bit more, just a little bit more.
Yeah, we have to extend our patience a little bit more to the side, to the fact that, okay, now from this point onward, there should be some kind of changes into the pace of the players, maybe even in this match or maybe even the next one, right? So, one thing is for sure is the fact that this Miramar, I think it's going to be the same one as the last one, right? It's going to be the same exact one as the last Miramar match that we've witnessed, and it all depends upon the fact that, okay, how well the teams can actually maximize their performance in this match now. Because if it's very aggressive, because usually the last match are usually aggressive, no matter the day is, if it's day 1, day 2, the final day, the semi-final day, no, it's always aggressive. But on any chance, on any occasion, it goes to the passiveness. Oh, we're in for a treat, because Annie, let me tell you, it is going to be very hectic, very chaotic, because of that one small factor that this is the final match. And after this, the teams are only going to come out tomorrow again to play their final 6 matches. The overall ranking is not going to move for the next 24 or maybe even 16, 17-ish hour. So with that not being moving, that overall ranking not moving, it's going to create a pressure upon the teams that, okay, we got to strategize. We got to think of different things on how to overtake this team, that team, this strategy. Will it work? Will it not work? And it kind of messes the brain up sometimes too if you really, really overthink that, and it degrades the performance too. So whatever you're doing, whatever's happening, do not panic and play this match to the very fullest.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like keep a keep a calm mind, just basically use the time between streams to maybe VOD review, just watch out for like how the other team plays, because everything's available on stream, and you have like how many hours to study your opponents, and you have a lot of hours to re-strategize, regroup, and tell your team what part of our strategies are working, what part of the strategies aren't working, and so they can like bounce back after that. Like if ever something goes wrong, if ever they want to change something, then they could talk about that on the lull between the 2 days of the grand finals. But yes, nonetheless, the final Miramar map for our day number one of the grand finals will be starting off, and that flight path will be starting in Minas del Sur, going all the way to a little bit towards the east of La Cabrera. And with this flight path, you can actually see there are several spots that are really like to land in. And there's El Pozo nearby, there's Pecado, there's maybe Power Grid if people want to go there. There's Hacienda del Potron, definitely. And for everything else, yes, there's Chumacera, and you can actually see HLX and ASL going to the vicinity of Chumacera, and I can already see some guns going about. Syndicate versus HLX, I believe, between these two teams, and it's gonna be a repeat, a little bit of a repeat from the previous game. I can see a grenade cooking up. Where did they find a grenade this early on to the game? It's not even like 2 minutes into the game, we're already seeing things happening. And okay, Cloud does get one on the side of HLX. That circle is gonna close in towards the southeastern part. There's a bit of water inside of that circle, so that just complicates things. But speaking of complicating things, Trix GRG already eliminated off like less than 2 minutes into the game. It's just unfortunate that once again Syndicate and HLX landed in the same area. Mad gets finished off. That's a trade-off, 1-for-1 between the two teams. HLX and Syndicate alike will be walking around this map from now on with only a three-man squad. And now, once again, Ajaya is just trying to clock in. There's also Eddie nearby, and they don't want to move. This is the disadvantage of having an early game engagement. You don't have great guns as of this moment. You have to work with what you have. There's not much grenades, there's not much guns, and so it's just a little bit hard to work around. Even armor is a little bit not so great. Ajaya gets caught up by Eddie. Eddie finds that a knockdown, and will that be a confirmation? It's actually Cloud that will be confirming Ajaya out of the game. HLX down to two last players, Delta and Axie. Axie's right here, getting taken a bit of damage from Syndicate's Eddie, and Delta's also nearby. Delta is quite low on health as well. I don't know if these guys have healing items, but Axie definitely has a grenade, and they're about to use it. It's use it or not use it. You could die at any time, and so it's much better to use this opportunity to basically like go about the game and try to at least maybe get some damage on Syndicate. It would have been a really great time, but no, doesn't seem to be the case. They're all just playing it safe. Syndicate going back into their shells. Delta trying their best to stay quiet as possible, but fortunately Delta, I don't think they have healing items. Their HP hasn't gone up like whatsoever after that first counter. But here Eddie is going to be rotating out of the area. Actually better look behind them, but Delta, okay, they're right there, and Eddie should have seen them. Eddie should have had some information. Okay, Cloud just passed by. Cloud is just right there going up the stairs. Axie is still on ground floor. And it looks like Axie does get caught up by Cloud from that angle. That's actually really, really smart. Now tells us the last person standing, and with that one last bullet from Cloud, we got HLX eliminated out. That is the first squad wipeout, and you can see Syndicate, they are safely going to loot up Chumacera from now on. They got the great guns, and they got some armor, and they probably got some healing items as well. And so that is a great job for Syndicate. They do need those elimination points. They are ranked number 9 as of this moment, and so those 4 points were a huge help. Those 4 points are going to be a huge help later on. And so with that, we're going to be watching out for the rest of the teams. We're looking at Hash and the Patron as of this moment. And so with that, let's just go ahead and keep a watch out for their senior teams. What are they up to? What are they doing right now? They're probably losing the place up. I don't see any other engagements as of the moment after that team HLX and Syndicate went on with each other. Unfortunately, HLX, yes, they were at number 3, but they have to end their run so soon because of Syndicate. They basically like fought each other off. And it looks like Syndicate and HLX, yeah, it's been a repeat of the previous game where they landed in the same area and ended up going at it against each other. And so, like, what one thing that they can redo with HLX and Syndicate, maybe they can drop off in another place, unless like they have to drop off in the same place every time because of an agreement. But yeah, HLX and Syndicate, they have to pretty much get those early game engagements with each other one after the other. So that's just something that's will be a slight disadvantage on the Miramars. But nonetheless, yep, it looks like a lot of teams are still outside of the circle. In fact, I can see 4 death machines. They are 2 km away from the circle, and I remember that circle was towards the southeastern part, so might be a little bit far off. But nonetheless, yeah, everyone's chilling out. Got 6 minutes into the game. So far, there's only one team squad wipeout, and we have, other than that, we have one elimination on the side of syndicates. They'll be a 3-man squad from now on. Nonetheless, also the other teams, they are still like just minding their own business, rotating the place, trying to find a really good, nice place to camp about for the mid game and late game later on. And you can see SDMZ and presumably other teams. They're also going to be gathering resources in the meantime.
Oh, there definitely are. But any 6 minutes. I'm really sorry I put you in that pressure. But yeah, 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in, and one team has finally been eliminated in the meanwhile. That's a one elimination to the HLX side, but they have been eliminated. They're not going to be securing any more points. They're not going to be fighting for that top spot, at least for the day number 1. They will be thinking of doing it on the day number 2, day number 3, maybe from that point onward. But aside from this, right now, what we're seeing is 59 players with 15 teams going up and about in a fight. Once again, CSV outside of the circle, 3 real bros outside of the circle, MAKPEN and 4 death machines, they're also outside of the circle, but Royal Dragon, Seku, has finally summoned Optimus Prime on this monster truck. He is going to be the monster now and moving from one direction to the other. Let's see what they are going to do. 45 more seconds and the circle, the stage number 1, it's going to close up. Meanwhile, in the VETLQ turf area, we're also seeing the TGB in the close vicinity. The fight can happen at any time. After this first initial fight that we have witnessed, Annie, with the team HLX and team Syndicate, I have no doubt. I have literally no doubt at this point that the fights are not gonna like start. And there we go. XFXUF, the fight actually started with Lash from the TGB side being knocked, and then another person being knocked from the TGB side. That's 2 down, and TLQ is easily going to approach this area, secure these 2 eliminations, because nobody from the team TGB is even remotely close to this particular location.
Scout could have had another elimination back there, but they're not going to be prioritizing that just yet. There could be other players. It could be another player from TGB lurking about. In fact, Himson is just right there. Okay, Lash got finished off by Scott 25, so they just waited for that elimination to naturally occur. Here, Royal Dragons, I don't see any other player, any other team nearby, but let's just keep a watch out. Maybe the camera sees something that we don't. But yeah, nonetheless, this is the edge of the circle. Impala will not be like half of Impala will still be part of the circle, and half of Impala will unfortunately not be part of that circle. But yeah, you can see Sexu. They are going to be taking this place right in the middle of the circle, and there we go. We can finally see the circle properly. 3RB is going to be coming in from the northeastern part. We have 4DM only, sort of taking the same route, going straight to Los Leones probably just to get into the circle, and then there could be a chance that they might engage. They might have a fight against each other, but it's not really that it's not really that guaranteed either because it doesn't seem to be the case. I don't see anything popping up on the field. Never mind, we got ASL and T2K. However, Kachari does find the grenade knockdown up against that team. The question is, will that turn into an elimination for the side of T2K, or will that just be a lucky shot?
We have to see if it's going to be another lucky shot or whosoever is going to be lucky here, because let me tell you, there's a lot of teams in the vicinity. ASL, T2K, the fight is happening. Abrupt Slayers sneaking those eliminations for themselves. That's one elimination for the hand of Chadi ASL, securing that one elimination for the team. Now TGB's in the vicinity too. T2K is here. Chadi, he's going to get in the car, move away. He chooses odd. He's in the compound. But I think this position is kind of not good compared to what the T2K has or the TGB has. The moment the players from the team ASL is going to go up on this mountain and towards the roadside, the sprays are definitely going to commence on them once again. The sprays will definitely come back, and it's going to be a hell to lose at that point in time. TGB Himson, he's the solo guy in the area. I don't know where the other player of the TGB is situated at. NEPX is also doing the same thing, but XFUF, the fight is happening versus the MAKPEN.
Ooh, okay, we got the Scout 25 scouting the place out, and they clock in a bunch of movement around the blue zone. And MAKPEN, I think that's MAKPEN. I can see their logo. They're in trouble. They're 1, 2, 3. So much of the kill feed is basically just MAKPEN. Erangel just went right onto the ground, and it looks like that was it. That was unfortunately it for MAKPEN. They get completely eliminated off, being the second team in this Miramar map to have to say goodbye a little bit early on. They'll have an early good night's sleep, but here XFXUF, they scout an SDMZ flankies trying to flank the place out and trying to rotate into the area, but Scott is definitely trying to gatekeep them, but it's not gonna be enough. Those bullets will not be enough to stop SDMZ as of this moment. And so with that, for the for Death Machines, we're going to be watching out for what they plan to do as well, especially since there's only Esports nearby, and there's another team towards their southern position. So that should be XFXUF, which was basically like occupied with watching out for SDMZ. Oh, speaking of SDMZ, it looks like they got caught up by OG and they got eliminated off. That's unfortunate. That just means we have 3 teams down right now. Ooh. Oh no. 4 Death Machines might be next, however. With how they're getting eaten up by the play zone as of this moment. XFXUF is nearby. They're getting shot at. Where is that coming from? Where is all that damage coming from? This is a stage 3 circle. So they might. This is not gonna be a place that you want to be in. This blue zone is hurting a lot.
It's definitely gonna hurt. That is for sure. State number 3. It's no joke. State number 3 is definitely gonna do a lot of damage. Then we have 4 Death Machines. AG. Come on, healing, using the med kit right now. But finally, with the 13 minutes marker, 56 more seconds before the stage 3 closed, and the damage intensify once again for the teams. But there we go, CS Vajra versus only Kyo is the guy that is knocked out. Scout 25 looting, and oh my god, wait a minute, ETLQ. What is going on? Scout 25, Annie. He's the only guy with the 5 elimination. The rest of the team does not even have a single elimination to their self, but for Death Machine Joker, he is a Death Machine, throwing that grenade precisely upon the player, taking down one, finishing him up. A success. It's unsuccessful in surviving from this area. Joker now going prone, and the grenades, the sprays, the retaliation is definitely going to come back. Joker is here, but from the backside, Precious, a third party commences. Joker once again, a grenade in hand. throwing it up. I think it will connect. The answer is no. The player's still alive. The player did not connect. And nothing is going to happen right now as 4 death machines enter and finishes everything in their surrounding, but not knowing if there's a guy in the smoke, there's a guy in the back. He knocks and finishes one of the 4 death machines, a player. And right with this, Peak comes around and eliminates Slim Shady out of the equation.
The real Slim Shady couldn't stand up anymore, and now we're down to 12 teams. And so with that, well, we're still watching out for the rest of the teams that are still in the game. In fact, Aladdin, as of this moment, they clock in Syndicate, and they can't quite get the angle that they need. But for DM, however, they peaked a little bit too far, too close to the sun, and now they are literally in 1 HP. And Joker nearby. Joker could basically save them, and looks like the healing did its job. The healing gave another chance to that team, but Panda is going to be embarking on the car. Scout got the lion's share of the eliminations on this team. Okay, Panda right out to the ground. Eddie, however, right out in the open, getting gunned down, but Aladdin will be prioritizing on saving Panda, especially with that blue zone looming about. Eddie is putting so much pressure on gatekeeping. XFX UF, there's a grenade that's flowing about. It looks like XFX UF should get away, and looks like Aladdin gets picked off, and that just means XFX UF gets eliminated up, but it's not over just yet. Joker from 40M took a lot of damage, but still managed to get away with a sliver of their life, and he's still once again really going on a roll as of this moment, really doing a great job picking off gatekeeping both 4DM and also the other team XFX UF. And so with that, Syndicate, they got a lot of eliminations, but the karma goes right behind 360 against Syndicate Eddie, and Eddie goes right into the ground. But no matter, Syndicate is still they still have the chance to revive Eddie, but I don't know if it's a good spot to be in. But Ayo over here, they spot Adi, and it looks like Ayo will be the last active player standing. In fact, there will be last person standing. Oh, that's a nice hit. What was that? But now there's other players from OG as well lurking about, and they cannot quite have the luxury of finishing off Adi. And so with that, let's see where this grenade is gonna hit.
You know, inside, my reaction was the same as this guy's name. Hey, yo, that is a very decent grenade right there. And getting a knockdown is really good. It gave him enough time to, I think, disengage from the fight, go into the safe side, but he has nowhere else to go. He goes a little bit more further into the backside. He's going to be spotted by the 4 death machines, and 4 death machines, I don't know if they're going to let him live from this point onward or not, but he's going to go back. He's not only just going to go back, he's going to stay in the safe side, and inside of a compartment. Okay, this is good. This is nice. This is amazing and decent. Why? Because now he has a really good chance of surviving once again for a tad bit long bit of time, as it's only top 11. There's still going to be three unfortunate teams that will not get a single placement point for themselves, and because of that, it's going to be a really disastrous situation for them. But there we go. Circle is about to take a shift. Please take the ferry pier side. Please take the Puerto Paraíso side. In fact, nope. I kind of wanted it to go to the ferry areas, the very corner of the eastern angles, but nah. The circle was like, nope, I'm going to go north. And I think even the north is kind of deadly right now. Why? Because it's open area. It's hilly terrains. It's those rough terrains where your car can even get like stuck at one point in time if you're not careful. And if it does, let me tell you, you're in for a treat of a long walking distance.
Oh yeah, definitely the treat that is not so much of a treat as it is a consequence or a punishment whatsoever. So yeah, that was it. That's where the circle's gonna be. It's not gonna be where the buildings are. There are some sheds and there are some trees and maybe sparsely a bit of foliage, a bit of grass. But other than that, I think it's just a hard place to be. And you can see Abrupt Slayers. They're holding on to the pier. They're holding on to those buildings. But here it looks like Peak will not be seeing their peak anymore. They'll be going right onto the ground, and Domain will be taking them to their domain and getting that elimination point to themselves. That's 2 elimination points on NEPX right now. And no, there's CS Vajra towards the northeast eastern position, and let's see if Precious will try to take this fight for themselves, because as of this moment they have some information, but it's just way too out in the open. It's not very safe to take these fights and risk giving away your location. Okay, Precious attempts to connect his bullets. It's not gonna be enough, however. Team OG still right here. Adi, and they find a Liquid from a distance, and Liquid is just backing away, looking straight forward, trying to get some information before they really like commit to anything. It looks like Joker will be the last person for BM. After all, NEPX Esports manages to wipe them out, and that just makes 10 teams left on our final map for this day number 1 of the grand finals.
Yep, 10 teams, Cruel being knocked out at the same time. 4 eliminations for the side of Team OG, but now is the time for the fights to actually commence. AO, once again, is outside of the circle, and he's taking that blue damage. He needs to move, Look at that HP, he is low. One more, like, shot, even from the damage from the play zone is going to take him down, but NEPX is another name outside of the play zone area so far, safe zone area. In fact, they're still outside of the blue. That is one thing for sure. They still need to enter, and the moment they're going to enter, they're going to be bombarded with 1, not 2, but 3 different angles of the players. There we go. OG comes around, takes some shots. Syndicate gets finished up, and at the same time, NEPX is receiving some heavy casualties around the area. The player sprays up. DRS comes around from a different proximity and takes down NEPX with them from 11 all the way down 8 in a single split second. This is the way to go. This is the situation that the teams have put themselves into right now. But 22 minutes, 21 minutes, and we're in the 22nd minute marker, Annie, and 27 players are remaining into the game.
Yeah, still a long way to go. Quite a long way to go. In fact, 8 teams is way too many for 21 minutes into the game. But we already expected this. We already saw the pattern in the previous maps. And so we're going to be expecting that from this map onward, from the previous maps, and also in the future maps, other than maybe the last or the last 2 maps or something, it's going to be this pace. And we're not even going to be surprised anymore. We just need to get so much patience, a lot of patience, and wait out for maybe minute 28 or something. But here, nonetheless, 3 real bros, they're going right onto the ground. It looks like TMG8 clock someone in, and they're trying to get some bullets to connect, but I don't see anything popping up in the kill feed. Royal Dragons nearby. Suba shows their heads. TMG8 couldn't quite get that bullet in to the area, and so it's just a lot of taps that won't be finding any bodies, any heads, any legs, not even any torsos, nothing. And so that's, well, I guess they'll be out to trying to scout the place out once again. We still have 26 players, and it looks like ASL, they're going to be disembarking from this area. Himson should be, let me check the leaderboards real quick. So, like, there should be 2 people from TGB, and there's another player right outside the building dealing with Team OG and Bahon. It looks like Bahon will be going right onto the ground. There was a bolt of action really quickly. Himson throwing the grenade. Let's see if it hits. Oh, gives away their location. It's gonna be 2 versus 1. Himson goes right onto the ground just like that. That was kind of unfortunate. I mean, you gave away your location throwing that grenade, but that was like an all or nothing deal, and unfortunately it went all the way to the nothing part. But nonetheless, yes, there's still 1 more player on their side. TGB as a solo player from now on, alongside TSV is also solo player. But nonetheless, we're going to be watching out for the rest of the teams, especially the teams that still have a chance to get the winner chicken dinner.
7 teams, and he's still 7 teams. Okay. I'm not gonna say 7 anymore. It's 6 now. From 7, we go down to 6. Yeah, 6-7. It is. Team OG, once again, 8 total points. Close to the vicinity is going to be maybe another team. That is DRS, but DRS has a more intense action waiting out for them with the 3 real bros being around the area, being around the proximity. Real bros on the low side. The fight is happening. DRS kill YT. Beautiful shots, man. Beautiful shots. Even the 3 real bros, the way that they were shooting at first at the side of Killer YT, they couldn't succeed on getting those damage done. And Killer YT just instantly came out of the car, initiated the contact, and finished him off right there and then. We're down to the top 6, ladies and gentlemen. 24 minutes into the game. 3 real bros about to be eliminated as the final guy, is in the front lines. He gets finished off, and 3 real bros out of the game alongside of the DRS2. The moment DRS is going to take down 3 real bros, RD is going to take down DRS. That's back and forth. Those elimination happening around the premises. So we're down to the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's the top 4.
Nice.
RD, OG, ASL, and T2K. T2K taking down ASL's player as one player, Jane, is knocked out. But one thing I have to give it to ASL is the fact that no matter what the map is, no matter what scenario it is, they have been continuing with like all the 4 players remaining till the very end. They have been surviving with all the 4 players till the very end, at least for the top 3. Then they start to lose the players if they're surviving. But aside from all of this, RD, they just initiated the contact and just took down another one of the team. We're officially down to the top 3. The 3-way deadlock, 3 versus the 4 versus 4.
Oh, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. We still had 2 teams with the full squads, ASL and RD alike, and these 2 teams are very decent. And add that to T2K, also a decent team. Actually, any of these 3 teams could get the chicken dinner. But right now, I'm worried for T2K. 0 eliminations. They couldn't quite get the eliminations on Miramar. They also struggled in the previous Miramar map. So I think this is just not their map after all. Like, Miramar is just not their map right now. Not at least for the grand finals. It's not their map. And so with that, we're just gonna watch out for Royal Dragons and as well as Abrupt Slayers, because both teams, actually all of the teams, are playing it pretty safe. They don't want to make any rash moves. They don't want to give away their location, because you can see from like the previous instances all around the map, if you give away your location, your opponents are quick to punish you for just that. And look at this, we got Sexu rotating into the area, getting a nice great angle right smack in the center of the circle, just giving themselves a really nice advantage. But over there we got a grenade cooking, great throwing. Got a couple of seconds left to go. Don't think it's going to be connecting to anyone. That grenade just flew out a little bit too early on. Rules OG hiding behind this elevation, this rock, and they clock in ASL. ASL doesn't take much damage. Got chip damage perhaps, but it's not going to be enough. From the area, I just saw a grenade maybe exploding. So we're out there, but still not going to be enough. 27 minutes into the game. We're still waiting. We're still waiting for the stage 8 circle. Perhaps the stage 8 circle can change things.
Perhaps. Only the time will tell. Only the stage number 8 closing circle will tell us what situation right now from this point onward. But aside from all of this, right now, Royal Dragons, come on, cooking that grenade. Fearless is in the close vicinity. If Fearless has a decent angle, I think he should go forward and take down NRG, GNG at that point in time. Because if he does, that's an easy vantage point against the team at Royal Dragons, I do believe so. But only the time will tell, because so far, Royal Dragons, I see them at the very dead center of the circle, stage number 8, closing up. And if that continues, they will be in the dead center of the circle, and all the other teams will be forced to push and move towards their side. The grenade goes over. That's a damage. He's halfway done. He's half HP done. Once again, retaliation grenades are coming around. On Sky is down.
Nice.
YTS's grenade. RD comes around, and T2K on their last leg, on their last life, as Rules OG, he's healing. Will there be a damage from the grenade? The answer is no. Right now, it's a no. NRG, GNG, he is taking that loot from the guy that he just eliminated up. But now, moving forward, 9 eliminations for the Royal Dragons, and T2K this time around, I see them with the 0 elimination, 0 points on the fight, on that elimination side. They're only surviving, and they're only getting those survival points.
Surviving but not living. And so Igneous will be the last person standing on train to kill, and they are basically hugging that blue zone, and there was no choice whatsoever. RD had T2K backed like quite literally into a corner. But now it's between Royal Dragons and Abrupt Slayers. Einar GRG got the guns
What?
in, but they're gonna go down into the ground just like that. Royal Dragons is in trouble. Two last active players standing. It's Suba versus Wraith. And I don't know. I think Wraith is attempting to try to revive this place, but I don't think this is gonna be like a good idea. Okay, Sexu's getting revived as of this moment. ASL had all the time in the world to go and hunt them down, but here Suba making things easier. Jane going right down from the side of ASL, and so that's one less player to worry about on the side of Royal Dragons. Is with this Wraith throwing that grenade. Let's see if it connects. Doesn't seem to be the case, and so Chari just looking up against Royal Dragon. I really thought Abrupt Slayers had it, but they couldn't like follow up after two players from RD got knocked down into the ground. Royal Dragons bounce back really, really fast, and so they're gonna be punishing ASL for taking way too much time. Chari and Hitu, they've separated, so that's a good thing, especially with like the grenades, and the grenades could potentially like take them out easily. But here we have it. I think this is the end. This is the end. Royal
Oh,
Dragons,
this is
they're
the
here
end.
to collect. They're here to collect the two last eliminations. And that is it. The winner chicken dinner will be going on to the Royal Dragons. Congratulations. And that is it. That was our very last map for the day number one of the grand finals. That was our Miramar map. And through and through, true to what we expected. It was quite a slow map, but still, I was glad. I was glad to see that some of the teams were like performing so impressively, especially Royal Dragons, getting that double digits on the eliminations, plus the total points, the placement points, rather, the 10 points for the placement points from that chicken dinner.
Oh, that was amazing. The way these guys just finished the match, it was amazing. It was actually amazing. But Royal Dragons, where in the overall ranking are you gonna sit now because of this winner chicken dinner is the bigger question, is the major question, because this is the end for the day number one. That is for sure. Now only the overall ranking is gonna decide what's gonna happen and what's not gonna happen from this point onward. If you're lucky, you're gonna be in the top three, and top three, they're gonna be qualifying for the PMGO regional, South Asia regionals. And you don't want to miss that out. You don't want to miss that out. You don't want to miss the bragging rights of being the champion or the runner-up or the second runner-up for the PMNC South Asia Spring, ladies and gentlemen. This was the final match of the day number one. Only one more day to go. 6 more matches to be held up. But before we can talk about that and we can end the day, let's talk about the final rankings. Starting with the WWCD, Royal Dragons, 14 eliminations, 24 total points, 2,043 damage done by these guys.
Oh yeah, congratulations definitely to Royal Dragons for a job well done. But this is the match summary. We got 60 total eliminations. We got 7,848 total healing Cs. We got one vehicle elimination, 54 total knocks, 146 total throws, 12 total headshots, one airdrop looted, and 354 meters of the longest distance elimination. That would go on to XFX UF Scout 25. This guy, Scar 25, this guy is an impressive player. I keep seeing this guy in the kill feed, in the MVPs every now and then, and just so impressive. It's no wonder that XFX UF touched the number one spot like several times. I don't know if XFX UF still managed to defend their place in this last map, but we'll see what the overall rankings will look like later on. This is the match rankings. RD with a 24 points, Team OG with 12, ASL with 9 alongside Syndicate with 9 points, DRS has 7 points, 3 Real Bros with 6 points, Train to Kill and XFX UF alike have 5 points, but T2K had the 5 points for placement points and 0 elimination points. They couldn't quite get any elimination points, despite the fact that I really saw they had actually a decent amount of
Yeah.
damage done to their opponents. It's just that they can't finish the job. They had a hard time finishing the job. But here's page number 2, NEPX with 3 total points. We got CSV, 40M, MAKPEN only, and SDMZ with 2 points. And I'm glad to see there are no teams with 0 points. We have TGB and HLX instead with 1 point each. And that's it for the match rankings for match number 6.
Match number 6 done, but going to the MVP of the final match of the match number 6, it is Royal Dragons Wrath. 6 eliminations, 12 throwables, 4 assists, 734 damage. 30 minutes of survival time. This guy was at its peak on the survival. He was like, yeah, let me just finish the complete Miramar match and then I'm going to come back. But with 6 elimination, he healed only 45 damage back. So all of those 6 eliminations, he did it. He did it without healing. The only damage I believe so that he got was from that play zone, that blue zone damage that he healed with the juices, the energy drinks, and everything. But going on to the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final ranking for the day number 1. Train to Kill with 66 on the very top. Abrupt Slayers, 66 points as well. The elimination number is high, but the placement point is not that high. That is why they're on the hashtag number 2. Then we comes up with the VETLQ in the top 5, the only team to not take a bit of a chicken dinner and still secure the top 3 placement with 64 points for themselves. Hidden Leaf, 658 points in fact for themselves. The Royal Dragons with 56. The Gaming Broskis, another name without a chicken dinner on the first chart, 43 points. 39 for the Team OG, 34 for the Team SDMZs.
Yeah, that's it for the first page of the rankings. And of course, for the second page, I hope that these teams can bounce back after this. They have 6 more matches tomorrow. There will be one more day on the grand final. So the teams, especially the teams that couldn't quite get the points that they needed in this day number 1, they could catch up tomorrow. But I think like if anything doesn't change, if things don't change, it should be the same map schedule. So that means we start off with the Rondo. We'll go on to 3 Erangel maps after that, and then end with the 2 Miramars. And of course, we will be seeing that tomorrow around the same time. So, guys, please tune in once again to support your favorite teams tomorrow around the same time for the day number 2 of the PMNC South Asia Spring 2026 Grand Finals. But for tonight, we will be ending the stream. And so, with that, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.